Bonjour, bonjour à vous tous. Bonjour à ceux qui sont ici physiquement présents à Brest, Brest-Finistère, Brest-Bretagne, Brest, la chaleur de ces 3 journées qui nous ont permis de nous rassembler autour du One Ocean Summit. Brest enfin, d'où vous allez pouvoir pendant un certain temps, je dois dire, entendre les engagements de tous, à commencer par ceux qui sont ici, les premiers d'entre vous, ceux qui pendant 3 jours ont travaillé assidûment à travers des ateliers, ont produit, ont réfléchi, que vous soyez scientifique, que vous soyez expert, représentant du monde économique. Vous avez engagé vos personnes, vous avez engagé vos institutions et c'est ce que les chefs de gouvernement et les chefs d'État feront un peu plus tard dans cette séquence. Voilà, je vous invite tous à prendre place, à vous installer pour une traversée au assez long cours, ambitieuse. Nous devons partir à l'heure car nous sommes en retard pour l'océan et nous devons arriver à l'heure. Nous sommes attendus par de nombreux, notamment la jeunesse ici présente, mais nous avons reçu aussi par les invitations.
But indeed, some heads of state and government have not been able to join us due to natural disasters. I'm thinking, of course, about the president of Madagascar, for example, and also due to limitations linked to the pandemic. However, they have still made commitments, and we'll be listening to those commitments made via video message. And we're going to discover them together. Despite the distances that separate us, it's the small island states that are going to kick off proceedings. It's only natural. You are the first concerned by the consequences of climate change. Also, you are victims of natural disasters. Let's not forget the tsunami that affected Tonga so much. And this actually led, this same tsunami actually led to an oil spill in Peru.
Le Premier ministre des Tonga, le président des Palau, le Premier ministre par intérim des Fidji, le président de la République du Gabon et le président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire.
Gabon and Côte d'Ivoire.
I bring you warm greetings from His Majesty's government and the people of the Kingdom of Tonga. At 5:20 p.m. on the 15th of January, the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai volcano erupted, resulting in a loud explosion that was heard and felt throughout the Kingdom of Tonga. As reported worldwide, the intensity of the explosion was unprecedented. This eruption sent a mushroom pile of ash and smoke reaching the stratosphere and covering the whole of Tonga. The sonic boom preceding each of the 3 explosions was like air pressure at a depth of 5 meters. A tsunami warning was announced over the radio, causing mass evacuation as people fled to higher ground and inland. A series of tsunami waves rising up to 15 meters hit the coastal areas on the main islands of Tongatapu, Ewa, and the Ha'apai Islands. This was followed shortly by gale force wind of ash, volcanic debris, and rain covering the whole of Tonga, with 2 centimeters of ashfall and debris from the mushroom plume from the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai volcanic eruption. The combined effect of the volcanic eruption, ashfall, and the tsunami resulted in the loss of 5 lives. Damage to power supplies, damages to submarine fiber optic cables, and adverse impact upon the property and livelihoods of those people living in the coastal areas of Tongatapu, the Ha'apai Islands, and Ewa. Tonga has since been recovering from the after effects of the volcanic eruption. Our recovery from this event lies in the strength and resilience of the people of Tonga, and most importantly, the assistance received from our development partners. In this regard, we wish to acknowledge with sincere appreciation the particular emergency assistance and rehabilitation supplies received from the Republic of France and the European Union. It was delivered by the French naval vessels and the Air Force based out of Noumea, New Caledonia, and Papeete, French Polynesia. In conclusion, the eruption underlines there is still much more to learn and know about the ocean and living in harmony with our environment. My hope is that the outcomes of this Ocean Summit will recognize the need for further research and investment into such areas. Mahalo aupito and merci beaucoup.
President Macron, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings and Ali from Palau. The COVID-19 situation has separated us physically. However, through digital innovation, we remain connected and committed to advancing solutions to the global ocean crisis. As Pacific Islanders and traditional ocean stewards, we are keenly aware that our lives, our cultural heritage, and our unique ecosystems depend on a healthy ocean. Despite the alarming threats to our ocean, such as warming seas, marine pollution, and ocean acidification, we are confident that our combined efforts will lead to recovery and resilience. I'm inspired by the One Ocean Summit agenda and the launching of the Generation Ocean campaign that aims to be more inclusive of indigenous peoples and local communities in the delivery of transformative ocean solutions for all. Like other small island developing states, Palau has been living with the harsh realities of climate change that, combined with the global health and economic pressures, have hindered our ability to achieve our sustainable development goals. As I mentioned recently at COP26, the ocean climate biodiversity nexus demands an amplified global response to the climate and ocean crisis. It's time we make bold commitments with realistic timeframes and infuse accessible financing, new ideas, and equitable partnerships to help communities and countries build resilience towards a thriving planet and a sustainable ocean economy. My friends, we are racing against time to save our ocean. To remain ahead of this race, we must be like the Kabegal, Palau's fastest war canoe, that depended on each crew member to fulfill their duties. Similarly, we must each take responsibility and work in unison to protect our ocean, our people, and our prosperity. Our survival depends on swift and collective action. On April 13th and 14th, we are partnering with the United States to convene the 7th Our Ocean Conference in Palau, and we invite you to join us. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our actions will help overcome the challenges of our time and ultimately save our ocean. See you in Palau. Thank you. E kung malmasulang.
Bulavinaka and bonjour from Fiji in the Pacific, a region where France feels very much at home. It's no secret that we in the Pacific wanted more from COP26 on climate. But the Glasgow Climate Pact did deliver a big win for the ocean by securing a recurring dialogue on the ocean climate nexus. That recognition matters for every Fijian because our economy is as blue as it gets. We are a nation of more than 330 islands entrusted with 1.3 million square kilometers of Pacific Ocean, an area 4 times the size of Germany, including 3.5% of the world's reefs and the third largest reef system in the world. 76% of our population lives within 5 kilometers of a coastline. We see every day the bone-white reefs, eroding coastlines, and dwindling fish stocks. We feel the rising ocean temperatures and the increasing frequency and intensifying strength of cyclones. And we live with the fear of a steadily encroaching sea. Those who do not live seaside in Fiji likely live along the banks of our 45 major rivers, which are breaking under the strain of torrential rains. That is happening catastrophically as I speak to you today. We are responding with speed and urgency. Last year, we finalized our national ocean policy, which establishes the 100% sustainable management of Fiji's exclusive economic zone, of which 30% will be declared as marine protected areas by 2030. And we've banned deep-sea bed mining in this decade. We call on every ocean state, including Europe and the island territories, to join us in those commitments. We're also relocating highly vulnerable coastal communities, extending protection to the poorest households through a parametric climate and disaster risk microinsurance product, a first for the Pacific. And we've also banned single-use plastic bags and styrofoam. We are tackling our resource constraints through innovative financing. After launching a sovereign green bond to fund climate-centric projects, we are now working on a blue bond to fund projects in green shipping and sustainable fisheries and establish a lending facility for marine protected areas. We are doing as much as we can. We urge the One Ocean Conference participants to join us. The Blue Pacific is one of the world's biggest set of lungs. By working to restore its health, Fiji is restoring planetary stability and upholding human well-being on a global scale. Thank you, President Macron, for convening this One Ocean Summit and helping bring a better, bluer future within reach. Minaka Vakalevu, thank you very much.
COP après COP, le Gabon.
COP after COP, Gabon is continuing to fight against climate change. This is something that we're fighting on behalf of our planet because it is the future of humanity which is at stake here. In order to do this and to be able to win this fight, Gabon can count on its forest, which is one of its forest. It can count on its forest as a kind of lung for this. It has 90% of its territory covered by this. It has also a large maritime area in which there is exceptional fauna and flora which thrives. But this coastal area is fragile, and this is why in Gabon we have decided to do everything we possibly can to protect it. Today, 27% of our ocean territory is classified as a marine park or aquatic reserve. More than 50% of mangroves which protect the western coast of Africa, and particularly in Gabon. Gabon would like to go even further and do more to protect at least 30% of these marine areas, extend its mangrove area, and over and beyond that, also protect the spaces in the high seas. The animals of the forest. We've got panthers, we've got gorillas, we've got buffalo, and they regularly come to the white sands, which are at the edge of our oceans. Gabon is an area where elephants in forests, they are next to, you can see them next to whales on the shore. And so we want to do this not just for a few years, for eternity. Please join us in our fight to preserve the planet. I would like to congratulate President Emmanuel Macron for his fantastic commitment towards the preservation of our planet and for holding this conference, or the One Planet summit, which is to do with the protection of the environment. Côte d'Ivoire draws a lot of its resources from the resources of the Atlantic Ocean. My country, unfortunately, at the moment, is undergoing the increasingly violent effects of climate warming on its western coast, and also the damage done by mankind and humanity to the environment, maritime and marine biodiversity, which is vital for the present and future generations. It is endangered. It is in jeopardy because of human activity. The Côte d'Ivoire is doing everything it possibly can to protect its ocean and its coast against coastal erosion, damage to the coast, the effects of all kinds of pollution, but also and above all for the resilience of coastal areas in the face of the pressure of human activities. I would like to pay tribute to the support and the accompanying measures of our partners, and we do hope that this One Ocean Summit will make it possible to make people and the world more aware of the fragility of our oceans and the need to preserve them at all costs. My country, Côte d'Ivoire, would also like to see this event, One Ocean Summit, to mobilize finance, which states need to preserve and to enhance the rich potential of our oceans in the interest of future generations and for the survival and sustainability of life on Earth. Thank you.
Voilà, les Pacifiques, l'Afrique, tous les continents s'exprimeront pendant ce segment à haut niveau. Nous avons choisi évidemment quelques-uns des témoignages qui nous ont été envoyés, adressés, mais nous voulions aussi parler du financement, parce que le président OUATTARA l'a évoqué. Et ces pays, évidemment, en développement, sont demandeurs de ces financements. Ces financements d'adaptation sont des enjeux importants pour nous tous. Depuis la COP21, je crois qu'on peut dater le début de cette aventure importante. Avec cette COP, les banques de développement se mobilisent de plus en plus. Les entreprises aussi, climat, biodiversité, environnement, océan, autant de facettes complémentaires. Vous allez entendre quelques engagements de ces entreprises, acteurs essentiels de la transition environnementale. Nous retrouvons plus tard les acteurs du maritime, mais le défi est bien plus large. Je vous invite à aller découvrir et à découvrir les témoignages du président de la Banque mondiale, du PDG du Fonds pour l'environnement mondial, le directeur général du Fonds vert pour le climat et enfin le directeur général de la FAO.
And FAO Director General as well. We will hear these and other speakers this morning.
Your Excellencies, I'm pleased to join you as we come together to share our commitment to healthy oceans and economies. Thank you, President Macron, for your continued leadership on this important issue. Oceans form the foundation of our planet and are an integral part of the World Bank Group's support for mitigation and adaptation through our Climate Change Action Plan. The World Bank Group was a co-convener of past One Planet summits, and we remain a committed partner in elevating the critical role that oceans can play as engines of development, providing jobs and food, sustaining economic growth, and supporting the well-being of coastal and urban communities. Our ocean portfolio ranges from support to sustainable fisheries, to coastal management, protection of key ecosystems such as mangroves and coral reefs, prevention of marine plastic pollution, sustainable tourism, and offshore renewable energy. Across these sectors, we deploy a blue economy approach, which promotes the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihoods and jobs, and ocean ecosystem health worldwide. Some country examples include Bangladesh and China, where we are supporting the preparation and implementation of projects focused on reducing marine plastic pollution. We're working with Costa Rica to improve the sustainability of fisheries and aquaculture and create new jobs for local communities. We've developed innovative marine spatial planning tools to help several Caribbean nations create an enabling environment for the blue economy, with a particular focus on gender equality and climate change. IFC, our private sector development arm, recently committed its first $300 million blue loan for recycling 50 billion PET bottles a year by 2025 across 4 countries in Asia and 1 in Latin America to help address the problem of plastic pollution. IFC also released guidelines for blue finance last week, providing guidance on project eligibility criteria, blue bond issuance, and blue lending. The World Bank Group is not alone in our efforts and have benefited from the support of our development partners. Together, we've built ProBlue, a $200 million multi-donor trust fund designed to help countries as they chart the course towards a blue economy. In 3 years, we've already supported more than 70 countries. In addition, we are committed to supporting our client countries to meet their goals on management of ocean resources and to advance their climate and development objectives. We at the World Bank Group are committed to continue working together toward healthy oceans, healthy economies, and healthy communities. Thank you very much.
President Macron, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Global Environmental Facility recently supported the creation of a regional convention for the conservation and sustainable use of tuna in the Western and Central Pacific Ocean. This led to a 500% increase in the value of tuna caught in the area. Building on this experience, the GEF will continue to support data generation and improve governance in areas beyond national jurisdiction. In our next 4-year funding cycle, the GEF will be working to help countries set strong and coherent policies that prioritize a green and blue, clean and resilient future. Safeguarding our one ocean, its rich biodiversity, and supporting the sustainable livelihood of those who depend on it is central to this agenda. The GEF has now committed to invest $350 million of grants for ocean action. As our dear friend Sylvia Earle says, without the blue, there won't be any green in the planet. Thank you so much.
Excellencies, friends, the deterioration of ocean ecosystem is a cause and a consequence of global warming. The restoration is also a powerful solution to address climate change. The Green Climate Fund supports actions to both stem ocean heating emission and protect, restore, and sustainably develop the ocean economy. To address the widening financing gap to protect ocean ecosystem, the fund is exploring new forms of blended finance to de-risk investment in blue economy. For example, GCF is providing an anchor investment of $125 million to a $500 million private equity fund in the blue economy, the Global Fund for Coral Reef. This fund will catalyze a multiple of this amount through providing essential growth equity to entrepreneurs to help save coral reef across 17 countries. Protecting our oceans holds the promise to put us back on track to achieve the Paris Agreement.
The ocean is vital for our food and nutrition security, our economic sustenance, our planetary equilibrium, and our cultural heritage. Hundreds of millions of people rely on the ocean for their lives and their livelihoods. The ocean is essential for the achievement of all the Sustainable Development Goals, not just the SDG 14. That is why we must ensure that our oceans are effectively and efficiently managed, including through the implementation of agreed instruments and tools on fisheries and aquaculture, such as the Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries, which aims to curb negative fisheries practices that are often illegal, unreported, or unregulated. We must support the sustainable development of a sector that has a great potential for growth, providing food that is healthy and environmentally friendly. More aquatic products from the ocean obtained sustainably through an effective blue transformation are essential to nurture human beings with growing population and to maintain a healthy ocean and planet. For better production, better nutrition, a better environment, a better life for all, leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Unilever takes responsibility for the plastic packaging that we create, and the uncomfortable truth is that too much of our packaging ends up in the environment. So we've made industry-leading commitments to tackle our plastic waste, including halving our use of virgin plastic. Any business that isn't taking action is failing the environment, failing citizens, and missing a huge business opportunity. We've been working hard at this for years. It's crystal clear to us that we cannot do this alone. We need a global plan to intensify action on a global problem. Our commitment to the ocean is to be a driving force for an ambitious UN treaty on plastic pollution, one that sets legally binding goals to drastically decrease virgin plastic production and dramatically increase the collection and processing of this valuable material.
Voilà, merci à vous.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to all of you who have participated in this meeting during these opening moments in the Pacific, in the Asia region. Thank you to all of you here present from national delegations. I won't cite all of your countries. There are too many of you. But there are also members of the French government who are here amongst us, and the President of the Republic, who will be here in just a few moments. We also have Yannick GLEMAREC, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Europe, Mrs. Barbara Pompili, the Minister for Environmental Transition. We also have the Minister for Higher Education and Research and Development here present. So we have a few, perhaps, tired faces here because you have been here for the last 3 days working intensely. Over 700 experts speaking in different languages, and we wanted to come up with a summary of your different recommendations and your different calls to action that have stemmed from the different workshops. It was absolutely passionate work, inspiring work, which was full of passion, but also full of reflections and scientific evidence to back it up. So, this little video is actually only 70 seconds because this is also linked to very important aspects of the ocean, and now we're going to discover this video.
Ocean governance is weak and fragmented, but it puts at risk our ability to protect our ocean. But how to effectively strengthen ocean governance?
It's essential that we need 30%, at least 30%, strict and highly protected, marine protected areas.
What we really need is a collective approach where states, foundations, organizations, public and private, businesses and finance develop a holistic approach for the impact on the ocean.
Tous ensemble, en nous basant.
Altogether, we share scientific facts about the urgent need to preserve the ocean, to raise awareness among as many people as possible.
That we do not know enough about the ocean. We need to act fast, and for this we need to build a virtual Nautilus.
We need to base our decision on science, and in that regard, the UN Decade of Ocean Science was presented as a key opportunity.
The mobilization of the shipyard industry will be a lever for the greening of the fleet.
We need to start deploying, we need to scale up, and we need to pave the way for future hybrid zero-emission vessels.
So we need innovation, we need sustainability at all ranges.
We need to fix fisheries management. We need to develop the value chains of aquatic foods. If we do these three things, we believe that aquatic foods are going to feed the world by 2030.
We need to make it work for people and nature. We need effective management, effective governance. And how do you get that? And also, how do you finance that?
What we urge the heads of state to consider is to put together international efforts for better understanding what is going on today in these polar oceans.
We urgently need commitment from society, from politics, to end global warming.
We need Europe to promote the ocean as a global common.
Voilà ce que les experts.
So that's what the experts recommend to us. And they are waiting for the end of this summit to have commitments, because this should be the summit of commitments. We have Sébastien Lecornu, the Minister for Overseas Territories. He's a very important minister for us because 97% of our exclusive economic zone is actually in areas where we find these overseas territories. So now we're going to hear from some stakeholders, and this is coming from international conservation, the world of international conservation. We are going to hear the president of this important institution, but first of all we're going to hear from Harrison Ford.
I am the ocean. I'm of this planet. I shaped it. Every stream, every cloud, and every raindrop, it all comes back to me. One way or another, every living thing here needs me. I'm the source. I'm what they crawled out of. Humans, they're no different. I don't owe them a thing. I give, they take, but I can always take back. That's just the way it's always been. It's not their planet anyway. Never was, never will be. But humans, they take more than their share. They poison me, then they expect me to feed them. Well, it doesn't work that way. If humans want to exist in nature with me and off of me, I suggest they listen close. I'm only going to say this once. If nature isn't kept healthy, humans won't survive. Simple as that. I could give a damn with or without humans. I'm the ocean. I covered this entire planet once, and I can always cover it again. That's all I have to say. the world cool. Well, I used to. But humans keep warming this planet. I try to warn you. I send pieces of me thundering into the ocean. You do nothing. I raise sea levels. You do nothing. It has taken you decades to notice. Perhaps I'm not so slow after all.
Voilà.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much, Leah Nelson.
Les océans, les pôles,
Oceans and poles, it's the same history, it's the same world. And all of that goes together. And all of that is going rather badly, as you see. Stop the decline, as Peter Thompson, the UN Special Envoy for Oceans, tells us. So it's now or never. Brest here is the start of a very important period. The President of the Republic, as we know, France has the presidency of the European Union, will be in just a few weeks' time continuing to carry the torch of this fight. At the UN level, fighting against the single-use plastics. Then we will be launching the BBNJ Treaty. For over 10 years, the world has been negotiating to find a solution for this natural phenomenon that covers 70% of our planet. And we also have an important event coming up in Palau. And John Kerry, who's here in the room with us today, will also be there. And indeed, we already know what's at stake. It's already told to us by the President of Palau. And then at the end of June, we will have COP27. The United Nations will also be concerned, of course, by this. But there will also be other important meetings. The COP15 in Kunming, in China, the event that was postponed due to the pandemic. And there will also be the climate COP that will be presented to us by the President of Egypt, who's come especially to Brest to speak about how he is committed to the climate challenge. And now we have the President of the Republic arriving here in the room, and we are, of course, delighted that he can be here with us today.
Le président de la République n'est pas venu seul.
The President of the Republic has not come alone. He has come accompanied, as you may imagine, by the Mayor of Brest and the President of the National Assembly, so François Cuillandre and Richard Ferrand, respectively.
Vous avez presque tout votre gouvernement.
President of the Republic, almost all of your government is here. We also have the Minister for the Sea, who is also with us today. I'd like to welcome her as well. France is here. The whole team is assembled. Richard Ferrand is a fisherman, for those of you who don't know. He is the MP for Finistère, for this region. He is also President of the National Assembly. We're going to speak to you about Brest, about Brittany. And John Kerry will also be able to speak about this, because they're linked to his own origins. We are here at Land's End, Finistère, Land's End. I'd also like to welcome all of the different representatives of regional and departmental councils. This is a big moment, President. This is your brainchild, in fact, President of the Republic, and you fought about this only 4 months ago, the 3rd of September in Marseille, in the Mediterranean region. You were speaking about biodiversity in the Mediterranean. You were listening for over 4 hours to 50 experts, some of them present here today, who didn't need to convince you, but who were recalling to you, reminding you, rather, the situation. And that was where you announced on the 3rd of September, around midday, that you were going to organise this first summit for the ocean, the One Ocean Summit. You wanted it to take place here in Brest, here in Brittany. And, of course, we salute the work of the members of Parliament present, and we would like to call upon François Crillon, the Mayor of Brest, to say a few words.
On va faire une petite surprise à François. Mais reste là. Reste là. On va te poser une question.
Sorry, this isn't the right.
Quel est le bagad le plus important pour toi?
I think what is very important now
le mieux à tes oreilles.
Is what is very important for you. I would just like to say, I was going to say hello. Jean-Pierre comes from Lorient in Brittany. So perhaps you would please put on your glasses. We know that you have your speech, but we would like to welcome a special event, and it was a special band in 1952, and this is the Bagad Langwewe. This is an exceptional group. I'll tell you a little bit more about them now, but we still understand them very well. There's the Bagad, the Langwewe.
sortent comment? Allez, ils vont sortir. Ça va être très dur pour François Cuillandre de parler après le bagad.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bagad Lan Biwe, and thank you very much for that. Well, it'll be rather difficult to speak after the Bagad Lan Biwe. President of the Republic, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, President of the National Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, and dear friends, I have to say that it is an immense honor for me to be able to welcome you here today in Brest, in this old building of the Arsenal of Brest for the One Ocean Summit. Mr. President, 5 months ago now, you said that you wanted to hold a conference, a summit of this kind, and you chose Brest to host it. Now, you knew that it would be the best possible place to organize it because Brest has made such a huge contribution to make of France the second world power at sea. And you were quite right to choose Brest. Brest, which is a strategic base for defense and also a strategic oceanic defense, has a very special place for the heads of army, which is your position, of the armies in France, and also we've spent several centuries for other battles as well, which is to get to know oceans better and to know their importance for our planet. And in order to be able to link up the past with the present, the Ambassador Poivre d'Arvor submitted this idea. I'd like to put it to you. Why not rebuild in Brest the La Boussole frigate of La Pérouse, which left in 1785 from Brest and which never returned. So on this very fertile ground of Brest and in conditions which have been made rather difficult with this world pandemic, we welcomed during this summit the best world specialists on oceans. I'd like to thank the organizers who made it possible to have this event, to hold this event where views were expressed and shared. Today, we will be able to meet this challenge if what has been said leads to results, which would call the commitment of Brest. President, this international community meeting here in Brest says very loud and clear, the oceans are at the heart of our planet. They are in danger, but they're also the source of solutions. So we have now moved on from noting these facts to a time of action. President, I am very proud to have received you here in Brest. I'm very proud of these 3 days which we've spent together working on this summit. I would like to see the action after Brest. Thank you.
Merci, François Cuillandre.
François Cuillandre, you talked about La Boussole. You talked about the compass, la boussole. Well, time is very important. We've got to be up to speed on the ocean. We have got to ask some of our speakers, we've got to ask them to be brief. You've invited many heads of state, some of us for health reasons, for health crisis reasons, weren't able to join us. But I'm very happy to welcome now the President of the National Assembly, Mr. Richard Ferrand.
Monsieur le Président de la République,
President of the Republic,
Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des États,
representatives
Mesdames et
of
Messieurs
states,
les présidents et représentants des assemblées parlementaires, Mesdames, Messieurs,
head speakers of national assemblies and parliaments, I am particularly happy to find myself at the side of the Mayor of Brest, to be able to welcome to France and to Brittany, and particularly to Brest, this World Summit here in Brest in September 2019. It's here in Brest that with my colleagues, the President of the Assembly of the United States of America, Italy, Japan, the United Kingdom, Canada, Germany, and the European Parliament, we got together and we made a joint declaration to invite states and United Nations to deal with the preservation and enhancement of oceans. Now, this is probably an opportunity to underscore the special responsibility of national parliaments, of men and women who are represented here, of local and regional authorities and civil societies in this essential situation which concerns the oceans. All over the world, oceans have been used by man, but are not really represented in our discussions as land areas are in our discussions. But nonetheless, this is a space which is not represented, should not remain invisible, and especially oceans which cover 71% of the surface of the globe. Now, if we look at the coastal regions, you realize the order of magnitude, you realize the order of grandeur, you realize the size of these coasts which stretch out to infinity. They are so important that despite the ocean, the oceans are subject to different kinds of pollution, acidification, and general kind of pollution. And for the first time, perhaps, we are assessing, perhaps the first time in the history of mankind, that oceans are not infinite because they might well submerge us. They might endanger us if we had the very damaging idea of not respecting them. So these oceans are lungs of humanity. They are sources of energy. They provide food. They are the allies of sustainability of humanity. And a space which is not represented, but oceans must not remain invisible. We must look after them. We must take care of them together. We must accept the need to move from words to deeds, because we must be aware of the importance of them, because if we weren't to face up to this, this would be a very big mistake, and it would lead us to think quite wrongly that the patience of oceans is absolutely infinite. L'Outre-Amont, I have to say, I know what is the deepest, the most impenetrable of the two. Oceans or the human heart, which of these is the deepest? I'm sure that today, meeting with our different responsibilities, different customs, different nationalities, different customs as well, we must act together. We must act starting from Brest, where in the visitor's book in 1969, General de Gaulle says, Brest has its oceanic ambitions, which are also ambitions for France. Ladies and gentlemen, my message is just a beginning. We must build behind this as soon as we possibly can. I hope that we will have very fruitful work. We are all on the same boat. We're all in the same boat, so let us advance together.
Merci, Monsieur
Thank
le
you,
Président de l'Assemblée nationale.
President of the National Assembly.
Le sommet a commencé à 9 h, mais
The summit began at 9 o'clock. However, now we've reached the business end of things. Heads of state and government are going to take the floor, make commitments, and of course we are delighted and honoured to have Emmanuel Macron, the President of the French Republic, here with us. You have the floor.
Monsieur le maire, merci beaucoup.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for those warm, welcoming words. And thank you, President of the National Assembly. Ministers, you mentioned many of them. Prime Minister, Director General, ladies and gentlemen, I will be able to speak on many occasions about the subject that brings us here today. However, I first of all wanted to open with some welcoming words, and before welcoming some of my homologues, I wanted to just speak about how happy we are to be at Brest, here in Brest for this summit. You said it, Mayor. This is not a choice that was made randomly. Brest's destiny is maritime and also oceanic. It's a town that was built in this way. And it's also the destiny, and Mr. Ferrand spoke about General de Gaulle and the destiny that he gave to Brest, the destiny of our fishermen, the destiny of our economy and of our sovereignty, and also the Ifremer project that shows the scientific destiny of Brest. Brest, yes, Brest has this maritime and oceanic destiny. That's why we're very proud to be able to hold this event here today, to speak about our ports, our fishermen, our scientists, our sailors, about great explorations, and also about our overseas territories. And I would like to salute our those representatives of our overseas territories. And if we have this role of the second maritime power in the world, it's thanks to our overseas territories. And I would also like to thank all French stakeholders. The French maritime cluster are elected members of parliament, but also all of the organisations, associations, government representatives, the poets even, who are lovers of the sea and who have been defending the sea for so many years. I'm very proud, and you've taught me so much over the last few years. So today we're going to take some commitments, as has been mentioned, the Brest commitments. They're going to be converted into useful, concrete actions, and they'll be essential to orient our actions from 2022 onwards. I would like to take a commitment now. Yes to the Boussole, yes to the Pérouse, and we are going to bring it back to the museum of the maritime, back to Paris in the Maritime Museum. Let's do it. Yes, let's make it happen. But beyond that, and before speaking about issues linked to fishing and exploration and biodiversity, none of that would be possible without this spirit of mutual solidarity that reigns when we speak about the sea. And we can also speak about Le Havre, Les Millénaires, and the 3 sailors who died at sea not too long ago. And indeed, This is what the sea is all about. It can be about wonderful adventures. It can also be about tragedy. But it is also something that brings people together, mutual solidarity, trust. And now, as we open this final part of the summit, I want us to be filled with this spirit of the sailor. All of those who save lives at sea, those who help others at sea. And I know that for all of you who are sea lovers, the reason that you are here is the reason that we are here. So thank you to Brest, the Brest même, as we call it in French, Brest itself. And thank you to all of those who are here to make commitments. And I'm going to give the floor to John Kerry. Thank you. You are always there when needed to make commitments for the planet in the fight against climate change, but also as a friend of France. Mr. Kerry, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President.
Distinguished guests, members of the ministries of France, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, it's a great privilege. Thank you for affording me a few minutes to be able to share a few words. And I am grateful to everybody. I bring you President Biden's greetings. I assure you he is deeply committed to this endeavor. And we look forward to working with you and appreciate enormously the leadership of President Macron in putting together the One Ocean Summit. But equally important, perhaps more important, a consistent commitment to pushing the process and not living by conventions and being willing to step up and step out and take on established interests. I want to thank the President for his leadership in the bilateral discussions to finalize a joint statement, which we have just released this morning, expressing a vision for a global agreement to confront the onslaught of plastic pollution. The United States and France stand united in our commitment to protect our environment for future generations. We hear too much rhetoric about it, but that commitment is now more important than ever, and I think all of you share that belief. My friends, we really have to break the mold. We're stuck, frankly, and we have to push establishment institutions to understand the urgency of the plight within which we all find ourselves. Everybody here is passionate about the ocean, and it's wonderful to be in Brest, which has played such an amazing role in the history of France, the history of this region. But we've come together because we understand the urgency. There's a reason. There's a One Ocean Conference now. There's a Our Ocean Conference in Palau. There's a subsequent conference in Portugal, another conference with the United Nations. And we can't have too many, but we also can't just settle for talk. We have to, for the sake of our citizens, for the sake of the unity of a community of nations, give meaning to the words. And that is what brings us here today. That and the belief, which we all understand, but not enough people are aware of, that it is indeed, as we heard in the poetic presentations of those videos, it is the ocean that makes life on Earth possible. It produces more than half of the oxygen that we breathe, and even that is at risk. More than 50 to 80% of that oxygen comes from the life of the ocean. And indeed, the ocean provides food and livelihood for billions of people. It is the place where more than 80% of all life is found. And all of us who care deeply about the ocean have come to Brest to make a commitment that this has to be a year in which we work overtime to connect the dots for our citizens. Dots that fully describe the unseverable link between climate protection and ocean protection. The ocean and climate are inextricably linked. They're one and the same. You can't address the climate without addressing the ocean solutions, and you can't address ocean solutions without addressing the climate. Witness the emissions, which warm the ocean at a rate that is faster than any time in human history. We are changing the chemistry of the oceans faster than we have in millions of years. I said earlier we have to break the mold. By that I mean that we are the prisoners to some degree of the status quo. And every single one of you, particularly those of you who run for office, you know what I'm talking about. Powerful vested interests that push back against change, that want to ignore science even, let alone common sense. President Macron understands this urgency. My friend Jean-Yves Le Drian understands it. Barbara Pompili understands it. You understand it. But this has to be a year not of words. It has to be the year of action, the year of turning the corner. And that's why we're here together, because we're all determined to leave Brest shifting gears, taking this to a higher level. I think there are 5 quick key ways, and I'll try to run through them really quickly. First, if shipping were a country, it would be the 8th largest emitter of greenhouse gases in the world. So we must immediately move for emissions reductions from shipping sector, and some are already beginning that effort. In Glasgow, we announced the First Movers Coalition, a group of businesses, Amazon, United Airlines, Lafarge Holcim, largest cement dealer in the world, steel makers, Volvo, which is committed that 10% of the steel they buy will be green steel. Why? Because they want to push the development of this new market of the new energy economy. In Glasgow, Maersk, the largest owner of container ships in the world, made an announcement that the next 8 ships they purchase will be carbon-free. That is the kind of effort that we need. We need all businesses to step up. And for our part, we are committed to work towards zero emissions from international shipping no later than 2050, but surely we can accomplish that sooner. Second, wherever the conditions exist, we have to dramatically scale up offshore renewable energy. The newest offshore wind turbines are capable of up to approximately 15 megawatts of capacity per turbine. And this is much too important a tool for our transition to not move faster. We have adopted a goal of 30 gigawatts by 2030, and I hope much more sooner. Third, we must accelerate our embrace of marine-based solutions by protecting and restoring ocean and coastal ecosystems that are absolutely vibrant and vital as carbon sinks. My friends, I've written the laws of our fishing in the United States several times over when I was a senator. And we fought back then to deal with trawlers that drag heavy equipment across the floor of the ocean and destroy all of the seagrass, all of the fauna, which is essential to a sink and essential to life in the ocean itself, stirring up the carbon, even releasing carbon in the process. It is essential that we conserve 30% of the ocean as a critical goal for nature and climate, and this will require every country to set more ambitious goals as we go forward. As Assistant Secretary Medina said yesterday, it is time, long since past time, to create an effective, coordinated, cross-sectoral approach for high seas marine protection of biologically rich and significant areas all across the world, and we look forward to the BBNJ meeting in March to move us forward. Fourth, we need to coordinate our watchful eyes on other activities at sea that are grotesquely amplifying the stresses on global ocean and the people whose livelihoods are found in the ocean. We see, I mean, I'm just going to be frank about it, folks. There are large-scale, extraordinary operations that go on every single day at sea that are indistinguishable from major criminal enterprises on land themselves. And you know what I'm talking about. They use appalling practices of labor, money laundering, and fraud to destroy the good efforts of fisher people around the world who are trying to live by the rules. And there are countries, actors, supported by governments in the world who simply look the other way, and some even provide direct support to allow illegal operations to continue. I remember in the New York Times a few years ago, there was the story on the front page of a young Cambodian man. Went from Cambodia to Thailand ostensibly to take a job in construction. And he wound up on a boat as a slave labor for literally 2 years with a shackle around his neck, chained to that boat. And everybody sitting here knows that there are people in the world, human trafficking, gun smuggling, narcotics trafficking, particularly human trafficking with foreign-flagged ships fraudulently traveling the oceans, parts of the ocean that have no law. And they are engaged in practices beyond human degradation and depravity, depleting the fish stocks of the world, literally dragging nets that we outlawed several years ago across the ocean, strip mining the ocean, and throwing away 2/3 of what they catch. There is more and more of this going on, and we need enforcement. We create marine protected areas, but we don't enforce them. I was in the Navy. I remember traveling across the Pacific, going to a place called Vietnam. And we traveled for whatever number of days, 3 weeks or so, boring as hell. We could have engaged in activities that passed us through in transit, certain shipping areas. We could have reviewed what was that. We could have engaged in training exercises of lowering a boat and doing board and search, checking the veracity of ships that fishing. But we don't choose to do this. So finally, my friends, how many years have we been reading about and talking about plastic? The Great Pacific Garbage Patch grows in size. And all of us here, I know, are outraged by the images of whales washing up on the shore. And when they open up the bellies of the whales, they find 15 bags or more of plastic. So, my friends, the United States supports efforts to move forward. I believe at Sharm el-Sheikh we have an opportunity to review what our actions will be, and hopefully in the next COP we can guarantee that what we talk about at these conferences is genuinely being translated into action. One last word, Palau. It's a hard place to get to, yes. But I ask everybody to make efforts because the island states are on the front lines of being inundated by the climate crisis. And just because we are having a conference in Palau, the first time ever, a small island state holding this conference, is not a reason to say that it's too hard to get to. We must go there to show our solidarity and to understand even better the threat that our fellow citizens of this world face on the planet. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of this effort. And may we all make this the year of action. Thank you.
Merci à vous.
Thank you very much. Thank you, John Kerry, Special Envoy of President Biden for oceans. United Nations have also played a very important role in preparing this One Ocean Summit. I'd like to thank Peter Thompson, who's a special envoy for oceans of the United Nations. We'll also listen to Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, who will also be followed by the message of Warren Tishan, Vice President of the People's Republic of China.
Monsieur le Président, cher Emmanuel,
Excellences,
Mesdames et Messieurs, chers amis.
Dear friends, excellencies, friends, I welcome this important One Ocean Summit. And I thank you for inviting me to speak there. The planet is facing a triple crisis: climate disruption, loss of biodiversity, and pollution. The ocean shoulders much of this burden. It serves as a giant carbon and heat sink. As a result, the ocean is growing warmer and more acidic, polar ice is melting, and global weather patterns are changing. Ocean ecosystems are suffering. So too are the communities who rely on them. More than 3 billion people depend on marine and coastal biodiversity for their livelihoods. The number of marine species are dying, coral reefs are burning, coastal ecosystems have become dumping grounds for sewage and nutrients, creating vast dead zones. Plastic waste is choking the seas. Overfishing, destructive fishing practices, and illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing are threatening the fish stocks. We must change tack, ladies and gentlemen. This year we are celebrating 40 years since the signing of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The importance of legal certainty in ocean matters is essential. The second United Nations Ocean Conference held in Lisbon in June will be an opportunity to cement the role of actions in the world, global efforts to achieve sustainable development goals, and implement the Paris Agreement on climate change. A sustainable blue economy can drive economic progress and job creation while also protecting ocean and climate. We need the international community to intensify its efforts to protect oceans. I welcome the recent announcements, including from the Galapagos Marine Reserve announced by Ecuador, and establishing significant protected marine areas. We must attain our global objective to protect 30% of the world's ocean by 2030. We need more and more effective partnerships to address land-based sources of marine pollution. It is time to end single-use plastics, and I welcome the encouraging steps taken by certain countries, including France. We need much more urgency in the deployment of offshore renewable energy, which can provide clean power and create employment. And we need to reduce the use of fossil fuels in the ocean economy, with some 90% of world trade transported by sea. The shipping sector accounts for nearly 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. The shipping sector needs to contribute to the necessary 45% cut in emissions needed by 2030 and zero emissions by 2050 in the effort to keep alive our hopes of limiting global temperatures to 1.5 degrees Celsius. We also need a breakthrough on adaptation and resilience for coastal communities whose lives, homes and livelihoods are at risk. We must capitalize on the opportunities that nature-based solutions such as mangroves and seagrasses can provide to promote a sustainable ocean economy. We need global partnerships and investments on a global scale, and we need to increase support to ocean science, so our actions are based on knowledge and understanding of the oceans. Too much remains unmapped, unobserved, and unexplored. In this United Nations decade of ocean science for sustainable development, let us deliver on our collective promise of a healthy blue planet for future generations. Thank you.
尊敬的马克龙总统，各位嘉宾。
Excellency, President Macron, distinguished representatives, the ocean provides a huge resource for humanity to survive and thrive. The ancient maritime Silk Road shows how nations along the route interacted, integrated, and achieved win-win cooperation throughout the ocean. Taking inspiration from history, President Xi would like to continue the idea of building a future community in the 21st century maritime Silk Road. China is ready to synergize these opportunities with the international proposals made by France and other bilateral and multilateral initiatives to increase their positive effect. First, jointly promoting marine ecological civilization. We need to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030, to forge a blue partnership, and to strengthen the prevention and control of marine pollution. We need to protect marine biodiversity, support and join the international efforts against illegal fishing activities, and to ensure a proper balance between the development and protection of the ocean and other activities. Secondly, we need to jointly develop the blue economy. We need to optimize spatial planning of marine areas and promote development and use of offshore wind, tidal energy, wave energy, and other renewable energies in an orderly fashion. We need to support research and development of algae fuels, biofuel technology, to develop green and low-carbon shipping, and raise the capacity for maritime scientific and technological innovation. Third, jointly enhancing global maritime governance. We need to firmly safeguard international law, including UNCLOS, UNCLOS, and to steadily push forward negotiations on a treaty on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. Developed countries should transfer marine technologies to developing countries and ensure benefit sharing of marine genetic resources. China is ready to actively participate in international cooperation on the onshore power supply, OPS, for ships engaged in international voyages. China is always a promoter of sustainable marine development, a contributor to global maritime governance, and a defender of the international maritime order, and will work with all countries to build a peaceful, cooperative, and beautiful ocean. Thank you.
Voilà.
There we are.
Live.
And live.
Présentiel, comme on dit.
Présentiel, you know, live. We've got 4 guests, and I'm very delighted to present them to you today, to introduce them, joining us for the One Ocean Summit. And I would like to join them now, and I'd like to thank them for being with us today. They come from very different environments, very different countries, and sometimes not that far, sometimes they're just our neighbors. Hello.
président de l'Association internationale
the president of the International Association of Port Cities, the director. Perhaps we can thank people, if we can thank them as they're introduced.
Certains ont fait un long voyage.
Some of them have traveled for quite a long way.
Directeur général de l'Organisation des Nations Unies pour l'éducation, la science et la culture, UNESCO. Merci Madame Azoulay d'être parmi nous. Vous venez de loin, Marcelo Ebrard, parce que vous venez du Mexique, vous êtes le ministre des Relations extérieures et nous vous remercions vraiment de votre présence ici aujourd'hui. Le Mexique compte beaucoup sur ce sujet. Et puis, celui où l'organisation sans qui le transport maritime ne serait pas ce qu'il est, KITACLIM, le secrétaire général de l'Organisation maritime internationale, que je salue. Alors vous avez le choix, vous êtes chez vous.
You have the choice. You are at home here. You can speak to the room if you want to. While seated, you can walk around if you want. You can take the microphone. You can address the audience directly, and you can give us share your ideas with us. And I'll give the floor to Mr. Ebrard first of all. Thank you very much. You have the right to take off your mask if you want to. It's better. Yes.
Thank you very much. Gracias a
Thank you.
todos.
Thank you to all of you. I would like to say that Mexico is here because we have 15,000 kilometers of coastline. Because we are part of the high panel on sustainable oceans, and in 2020 we stated that for 2025 all of the activities inside our exclusive economic zone would be sustainable. And we are here because we answered the call of President Emmanuel Macron to take immediate action. And we firmly believe that this year we can achieve, if all of us, all countries here represented in other countries, take these commitments, and that's why I'm speaking I'm speaking in Spanish, because there are 400 million people who will be listening to this message later, because we all need to sign up for these efforts of that are based on international cooperation and that focus on our waters. We've been speaking about this issue of international waters for 40 years. The OAS has an objective of reducing plastic waste, reducing emissions, conserving biodiversity, but we need this instrument this year. We need this common framework for global governance. Is it possible in a world with so many tensions? If you read the newspapers today, you would say, well, why are they actually meeting to speak about global governance in the seas when there are so many problems, so many tensions that exist? Well, we defend the idea that there is an instrument, we can have an instrument that can allow us to have global governance, to protect our oceans and make them sustainable. And Mexico and many other countries want to fight for this global instrument that can be ratified so that we can govern the world and the oceans in a different way. It makes sense within a multilateral system. It's something that is within our reach. And I was really inspired by what was said by John Kerry. It's the time for us to act. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. Such an active country when it comes to climate change, and of course a very important contributor within your own organization, Mrs. Azoulay. I'll give you the floor now. Well, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say it's a pleasure for me to be here in Brest, responding to the invitation of France, which has the presidency of the Council of the EU. We actually met here in Brest 2 years ago just for a meeting on cultural underwater heritage. And now we are looking at this as an issue that is on the international agenda of the UN. We've spoken a lot already about the importance of the ocean, but what I would like to focus on is the actions that we can take together and what UNESCO can bring to the table when it comes to international cooperation. Now, you know that UNESCO's mandate is to focus on culture, but also education, science and information. And we want to contribute in 3 different ways: science, knowledge, education, and also protection. So let's speak about oceanographic science, first of all. Those of you who have participated in the workshops in the recent days know that there is a long tradition within UNESCO with regards to oceanic science. We have the oceanographic, or the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Committee, and it guides the United Nations in terms of its work, the work that is done within the sphere of oceanographic science. We are still very far away from really understanding the true diversity of the ocean and the way the oceans work. And we have to invest a lot more in science in general, and above all in oceanographic science. And I would like to call upon all governments and companies to mobilize funds so that we can invest in this type of scientific research. We also have the Ifremer Institute here in Brest. We work with them very closely, and they are really at the forefront of this type of research. I would also like to speak about another type of commitment that we can take within this important decade. We know that 20% of underwater maps exist, but we want to have 80% we want to make it so that 80% of underwater areas is mapped by 2030, and we will do everything to make that happen. So I've spoken about knowledge. Also, protection. The United Nations wants 30% of our oceans to be protected. This depends on us having geoparks, biodiversity reserves. And finally, education as well. That's how we change mentalities in the long term. And so we have put at the disposal of governments guides so that these issues can be integrated into national curriculums more easily. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have very little time left because the different heads of state and government have arrived. So I'll just ask you just to wait for 1 second, Mr. Lim. We're waiting for the heads of state and government to arrive, and the President of the Republic is welcoming them. Mr. Kitak Lim, you have the floor. You can go ahead. You have the floor.
2 minutes, please. I'm very pleased to be here to attend the Ocean Summit in Brest, in France. And thank you for the government of France. And when it comes to the Ocean Summit, as I mentioned earlier, the ocean and the climate interlinked. It's working together. That's why it is this summit is very sensible. In that sense, IMO is dealing with shipping, particularly regarding climate change issues. We are expected to make a very brave, very important decision by next year. And I'm a member state and I'm a secretariat are very committed to make a real progress. And that is based on Paris Agreement. And then we had a very good discussion at the COP26. That's why we have a certain key element, but we expect to make a very good progress. But with this Ocean Summit, I will be very happy to utilize this momentum which is taking place in Ocean Summit in the Brest. And also we need to more collaboration with other sister agencies like UNESCO, as mentioned, Ocean, and FAO, others. That's why I'm very pleased to be here and looking forward to more progress in every sector, including International Maritime Organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Kita Klim. Now, the Mayor of Le Havre is not just the Mayor of Le Havre. He has been a Prime Minister, but he's also the President of the International Association of Port Cities. Mr. Edouard Philippe, you have the floor. Well, since Venice and up to London, and from Venice and from all the way to Shanghai, we can say, port cities have always been representative of the global world that we live in and global trade. We know that port cities are developing very quickly. We're seeing that populations are moving towards coastal areas. They are transit zones. Over 80% of the physical movement of goods in terms of merchandise pass by these cities, these port cities. So they really are, let's say, an example of globalization, but they are also at the heart of issues linked to climate change. And of course, these are cities that are, by their very nature, in coastal areas, and they are the first exposed to some of the main risks that have already been evoked during this meeting. We know about these risks that have been spoken about not only here in France, but around the world. So, at the same time, they are part of the problem, but part of the solution. So what we want to foster is cooperation and coordination, not just between different states, that already exists, but also between the different towns and different ports. 30 years ago, we tried to ensure that development was not only looking at the development of towns was not only about urban development in general, but to make sure that there could be a link between the port and the city, so that it can make sense the way that different cities and ports within cities function. So through the International Association of Port Cities, which works with over 50 countries, we have looked at issues such as the electrification of ports, trying to decarbonize all of the activities at ports, in ports, and we are also focusing on the different types of issues linked to corridors, let's say. Because if we want to really make sure that the future of ports is healthy, we can see that these types of port cities often don't like the word degrowth. So we have to think about how we can diversify and develop the activities of port cities in a respectful way, respectful towards the city dwellers themselves, and also in harmony with nature. Now, we know that Mr. Lim is a leader in this domain, as Secretary General for the IMO, but we all have our role to play in the years to come to make all of this a reality. I thank you.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President of the Republic. You wanted to open this summit with fanfare. You wanted to welcome the heads of state and government here in Brest, here in Finistère, Land's End, here in Brittany. And I would like to welcome a very unique ensemble here. To the stage, once again, the Bagad de l'Ambiwe.
Ouais. Pour répondre à cette musique puissante, il nous a paru important de faire
answer this music. We thought it was very important to listen to the voice of poets and writers about the sea, and very important because Eric Orsena, who is a writer, he's a member of the Academy, and he's also a sailor and navigator. And he has sent us some words which show the commitment to the young generations throughout the world. I'd like to welcome, you are South African, welcome. I'd also like to welcome Lorenzo Arbino, Italian. Hello, Lorenzo, good morning.
Et je salue Emma
And
Lelon,
also
vous êtes
Emmanuel,
française,
you are
européenne,
French and
comme
European,
votre voisin.
and like
Vous
your
êtes
neighbor,
ambassadeur de
and you're
l'océan,
ambassadors
de la
of the
Fondation
ocean
Surfrider
from
Europe, et vous
the
êtes nos ambassadeurs,
foundation,
nos jeunes ambassadeurs,
and you
nos
are
écoutants
young
aussi devant les
ambassadors,
chefs d'État et de
and we
gouvernement
also here
pour,
appearing before the
pour
heads of state and
écouter leurs
government
engagements
to
et
listen to
éventuellement,
what their
les
commitments
compléter.
are and
Éric
perhaps to complete
Orsena.
their commitments. Eric Orsena now.
Multiples sont les mers.
There are many
Mais lui
seas.
est unique.
But this sea
Il est là,
is, then the ocean is
il
unique.
nous
It is
attend.
there and awaits
Au bout
us
de la terre,
at the end of the
au
earth,
commencement de l'eau,
at the beginning of
l'océan.
water, the ocean.
30 ans,
For the last 30
depuis Rio de
years,
Janeiro, le
since
climat
Rio
s'est
de
rendu.
Janeiro,
Mais l'océan
the climate has
restait
its
seul.
meeting points, but
Privé
it
d'invitation.
has remained on
Alors,
its
il
own,
enrageait l'océan,
isolated,
mettez-vous à sa
no
place.
invitation.
Il n'était pas
It would have
loin
been
de perdre ses
irritated
nerfs.
to be in this place
voyez ce qu'il
because
disait?
it was not able to
N'avez-vous pas
act.
réalisé, les petits
It
loups, que
said,
c'est à
but
deux,
don't you realize
l'atmosphère et
it
moi,
takes
que nous
two,
dansons
the
depuis la nuit des
atmosphere
âges.
and myself, it takes
Alors,
two
pardon.
to dance since
l'océan.
the beginning of time.
Nous voici.
So I'm sorry,
L'oubli est
I
réparé.
apologize,
Nous
Ocean.
voici. Enfin,
This
il se trouve
the fact this
l'Académie
omission has been
française,
repaired. It just so
j'ai
happens
l'immense
that
et
in
très
the French
intimidant et
Academy,
très
the Académie
illégitime
Française,
honneur
I
d'occuper
have
le
the great
fauteuil
honor
17,
of
celui de
seating
Louis Pasteur
on seat
du commandant
17,
Cousteau.
that
Le
of
premier, né
Louis
il y a
Pasteur
tout
and
juste
Commandant
200 ans, nous a
Cousteau.
révélé l'existence et les manigances.
So
Vous savez, de ces
200 years ago,
qu'on appelle des
Louis
microbes.
Pasteur
Connaissons
told us of the existence of microbes, how essential they are to try to heal us. And then the second one, Jacques Cousteau, showed us the submarine world, the world of silence. Now, as the result of the epidemic, which has affected us, if we can learn any lesson, perhaps we have got to learn about health. We've got to learn from the oceans and from life, and everyone knows that the pollution of the seas is first and foremost comes from rivers. It's the river waste, and so the responsibility comes from us, from earthlings. We must get together. We must get together. And why not meet here in Brest? I know you, Ocean. I know you because you are my master as an old sailor. I have often ventured on your back. But think, it's not just words that the ocean wants. The ocean doesn't care at all, doesn't give a fig for words. The ocean wants to see actions. I know that Eric Tabarly talked very eloquently about the sea, but this is very important. We have to realize that the seas sometimes can become angry, so listen carefully to what its waves say to us. If, ladies and gentlemen, noble ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't come along with actions as well, why have come, and so many of you have come in such luxurious coaches to return to Brest and to go back to your palaces and just leave the ocean to flow as it does. Today in Brest itself, we're not talking about tourism, not even diplomacy, but we're facing up to a threat, a waste. And because this threat and waste would be if you decide nothing, or if, having made a decision, you don't apply the decisions, you don't commit to them, because you will have come too late.
Why? But why do we allow this treasure to soil? Its resources so immense and so diverse. Yet we, the generations to come, will be deprived of it if nothing is done to protect them.
Et comment sans lui se nourrir?
How, without the ocean, how will we feed ourselves? How can we dream? How can we exchange views? And how can we live without the ocean? Why do we ignore this friend, in fact more than a friend, because it gave birth to us, and we say we must fight any things which disrupt the environment. We have so much to learn, to teach us. A free man, you will still cherish the sea and the ocean. At this time in Brest, mid-February 2022, will remain in history for the best, but it may also be for the worst. So, ladies and gentlemen, over to you. Over to you and to us to take a step and to take action now.
Merci Eric, merci Mérissa,
Thank you very much,
Lorenzo et
Eric.
Emma.
Merci,
Je pense
Mérissa.
qu'aujourd'hui, les nombreux dirigeants
And
ici
the others, I
présents
think that many of the
sont prêts
leaders
à répondre à
here
cet appel. Ils ne laisseront
will
pas, vous ne
want
laisserez pas
to
couler
respond to this
l'océan.
appeal. They
Mais
won't
parlons
just
des
let
faits.
the
Notre
ocean
action pour
flow
l'océan
without
doit
doing
reposer sur des
anything,
faits scientifiques.
but we want to do
J'invite
this
donc
based on
Antje
scientific
Botius,
knowledge. We've got
directrice de
Antje Botius,
l'Institut
who's
Alfred
director of
Wegener
the
pour la
Alfred
recherche
Wegener
polaire et
Research
maritime
for
à
Polar Research
Bremerhaven en Allemagne,
in
a
Germany,
partagé son
in
éclairage
Bremen, and
sur
she would like
la
to
santé
tell
des
us
océans.
about the
Antje
health
Botius.
of the oceans. Thank you very much, Olivier.
Yes, I'm a deep sea biologist. That means I get to dive to the great depths of the oceans and discover new life that no one has seen before. And polar researcher means I get to go to the North Pole, look under the ice, discover. For me, one of the greatest findings of science is that soon after the oceans formed, life emerged. Life, unicellular life, that eventually learned how to make the oxygen that we breathe, and eventually became symbionts of the algae and the plants we know, plants that were enabled by the ocean to go to land and cover land. That's amazing, and today we are studying the genes of these original unicellular forms because they hold the secret of how to make hydrogen from seawater with sunlight. But did you know that there are billions of unknown life forms, unicellular life forms, who we don't know, that don't have a name, whose genes we have not discovered? And do you realize, and what do you do with that scientific fact, that we know that marine life, the diversity in the oceans, is declining at a faster pace than the terrestrial life? It's incredible, but that's a fact. And do you realize that our research shows that the warming of the oceans, the heat waves we have in our ocean, endangers the eggs and the larvae of fish, of 60% of the fish we know and almost all the fish that we eat? What do we do with those scientific facts? Science is there, of course, to alert us. Science is there to show such problems, to highlight what we have to do to predict the future, but it is also there to make us dream. But here, I would like to voice the message of this One Ocean Summit to tell you that what we see, even from space, is that by now 60% of the corals have bleached. And by the end of the century, if we don't change our path, it will be all of them. We have to speak about the fact that kelp, mangroves, seagrass is declining faster than we destroy rainforests. And we cannot afford any of that, because not only do these ecosystems host an immense diversity, they are our solution. They are the ecosystems that remove CO2 from the atmosphere, so actually have to restore them rather than utilize them, destroy them. So what do we say here at the One Ocean Summit? We call for more ambition. We call for the protection of the oceans, and we would like to make you aware that research, science must be a partner in this. What you protect, you need to know it. You need to understand how it's doing. If we have policies, if we have managed protected areas, we still want to know if the policies work, and how do we do that? By science, by research, and for that we call you to provide us with an ocean infrastructure, to provide us with an ability to share data, to provide that information to everyone on Earth, to teach the kids that they can be part of our future. So let me end here by saying one important point again and again. Of course we know little about the oceans. They're like a foreign planet and planet Earth, but we know enough to act. That must be very clear. And I'll end with one other wonders of the oceans that I would like you to take home as an idea. Scientists from my institute have recently discovered under the ice of the Weddell Sea in Antarctica that 60 million fish in an area as large as Malta meet to dive together to 500 meters depth and build nests and lay eggs and brood them together as if they were chicken. Think about that. How do they even know that the others are there and would like to lay eggs? It's amazing. So apparently they know a moment when it's time to dedicate everything to the next generation. And what if that here, this room, would just have such a fertile moment right now? If all of us would take home the idea that we provide for the next generation with science, with infrastructure, with action. Thank you very much.
Merci, Antier-Bogius.
Thank you very much, Antier-Bogius, President of the Republic. After the sciences, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, welcome to Brest. We are very proud not only to welcome you here in this city, but since it is our task to make collective commitments to our oceans, and thank you very much, Madam, for what you've just said, Madam Antier-Bogius, and thank you very much to Eric Orsena and our 3 ambassadors for their very clear words. So really, I'm going to go straight to the goal, as is said in other cities by the sea. We know what the objectives are, we share them, and you know them even better than I do, I have to say. Ocean is the first victim of what we have done or not done for the whole question of pollution and threat to the ecosystem. It's part of the solution, because it has the natural solutions through biodiversity, and also to combat climate change, and for the transporters and all those who live off the seas, with our seafarers, with our researchers. We have a very fundamental, important challenge to combat the lack of biodiversity and combat pollution. We can be very direct. 2022 will be decisive. So in Brest today, we merely enter into commitments, clear pledges, each of us, for what, as far as we're concerned. I'd like to do this for France. Europe has a very key role to play, and I'd also like to thank our friends from all the continents for having been present with us here today. So the discussion is going to be structured into 4 stages. Firstly, to protect marine ecosystems and for sustainable development, also to fight pollution of the sea and plastic. Third, there will be an ocean, a solution in the face of climate change, so there will be synergies, ocean and climate. And fourth, on governance, governance of oceans, because we've seen how very difficult it is to be able to organize things for spaces which sometimes are not very much regulated, at least they're not very represented. So these commitments and pledges should make it possible to structure the next few months. And I'm going to try here to just kind of go through our common objectives. At the end of the month in Nairobi, we will be able to decide together to start negotiations for a binding international treaty to combat plastic pollution. So we need to start. Some of us in Europe and in France as well, we have put an end to the major single-use plastics which we find in our oceans, and we're opening up now to an area of 100% recyclable. Now, if here today we undertake the correct commitments and pledges, at the end of February in Nairobi, we'll have a very useful date and we can get going with this treaty. Then in March, New York. We need to reach an agreement to finalize a framework for managing the high seas by the end of the year. This is March in New York. So a minister will be present to make sure that the international community is totally represented there. And what we're talking about is 10 years after the Rio commitment for all our teams to actually bring this to a close and to finally make the tools available to protect international high seas, which are all too often unlawful areas. So March is very important. We'll come come back to that to be more specific about it as far as we're concerned. Now, then Geneva, moving on. We've got the 12th Ministerial Conference of the IMO, of the World, of the OMC, and we need to have an agreement to do away with public subsidies which contribute to overfishing and to illegal fishing. We must put an end to this.
Et là, c'est simple. C'est simplement dire que l'argent des
what we mean is that taxpayers' monies should not be used, our taxpayers, to continue to finance actions which we heavily condemn. And this will be an opportunity to be the first under the aegis of the OMC with main objective to protect biodiversity. Now, this is something we need to continue with because we can't just have conferences talking about biodiversity and climate change and then we come back to trade, just do the opposite. I mean, we must put things together. We must bring things, we must align the situation. So we want to put an end to unfair competition. I think we'll want to enter into commitments, but in Geneva for this 12th Ministerial Conference, I think we can go further than that, and we can really lock them in. Then, we need to, I'm continuing, we need, in Kunming, we've got the COP on diversity. We must inscribe in marble, we must write it in stone, our commitments to protect 30% of maritime areas. This is what we owe the planet. This is an alliance which we started in January 2021 in Paris in the One Planet Summit. Now, we need to make sure that the maximum heads of state and government present now enter into commitments, clear pledges on the protection of our environmental interests. I know that some of you have come with this will, with this determination, so we have got to extend this to those who have not yet entered into these pledges. Now, in Lisbon, June, President, dear Marcelo, Portugal and Kenya are inviting us to put together science and innovation to be able to speed up the deployment of solutions which have proved their value in combating ocean degradation. In Rome, September, the FAO Fishing Committee will provide an opportunity to notch it up, to ratchet up a state in order to underscore our commitments to fisheries industry. And also, President, with the COP27, we will be able to put oceans at the heart of international climate change measures. Firstly, using the measures because, of course, ecosystems protect against the rise of waters, but also to provide, to be able to restore the oceans to a livable state. So we really have a fantastic and a first-time solution to be able to deal with this. We've got companies, local elected representatives, young people. We do have a huge responsibility. It is to decide, to act, it has been said, and that's why I'm not going to say any more. I just want to say I've provided the menu for the year, if you like. If we make resources available to do this, we'll be able to take historical decisions. We must start today in Brest. We need to enter into very clear commitments as far as we're concerned. We need to be very clear about the needs. We need as well to denounce any things which aren't going right, but we also have to be very clear about our commitments and pledges. This is 2022. Our oceans can no longer wait. We need to act, ladies and gentlemen. That's it.
Au milieu. Ouais, au milieu, non, au milieu. J'invite la présidente de la
I would like to invite the President of the European Commission, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen, to come up to the podium to give a message.
Monsieur le Président, cher Emmanuel,
President, dear Emmanuel,
heads of state and government, distinguished guests, excellencies, the foundation of European literature, the Iliad, talks about the ocean as the river where all things are born. It reminds us, no matter where we live on Earth, we're all connected by the sea. It is our planet's life support system. As we've just heard, every second breath we take comes from the ocean. It gives us half of the oxygen we breathe. It absorbs much of the carbon we throw into the atmosphere. Our entire climate depends on the ocean. We have mild winters here in Europe because the ocean pumps millions of tons of warm water every second from southern latitudes towards us. The ocean is life, the ocean is nourishment, it is energy, and it is jobs. 90% of traded goods are carried by the waves. And for thousands of years, the ocean has been a source of inspiration for art and a source of longing in literature. For ancient Greeks like Homer, the ocean was an almighty god. Well, I think today we would say the ocean is part of who we are. But today, this ocean is in danger. Pollution, chemicals, plastic waste, overexploitation, you name it and you know it. The ocean is too large for any one of us, and yet so fragile. Thus, every individual action matters, and this is what brings us here today. It is time indeed for an alliance. It is time for an alliance between us and the ocean. And therefore, as you said, Mr. President, today the European Union and the French presidency of the Council are launching the High Ambition Coalition on the High Seas, for a coalition for adaptation still this year of the High Seas Treaty. We need it now. We're so close, but we really have to push to finish it this year. Only together we will be able to turn the tide. I'll give you an example. Take the Ross Sea in Antarctica. It is today the refuge for whales, seals, penguins, fish. But only because in 2016 the United States, China, Russia, the European Union and others were able to overcome their differences and join forces to protect the area. We can do it again. My second point is we need a mission, like the European Green Deal. And this is why we have launched the mission to restore our ocean and waters by 2030. We will fund it with €500 million. The mission will focus on Europe's 5 seas. For example, in the Mediterranean, our mission is to prevent and eliminate pollution, in particular plastic and chemical pollution. Or take the Baltic and the North Sea. There our mission is to decarbonize shipping and electrify ports. Tangible results, tangible actions. The ocean missions will bring to market innovative solutions to regenerate our ocean. Yes, it is a European mission, but it is open to all who are connected by the sea and who want to contribute. In the Black Sea, for instance, we are already working with all coastal states because the actions of one matters to all sharing the waters. All solutions must be shared solutions, and this, as we've just heard by a scientist, is the power of science diplomacy and its unique potential to overcome difference. So let us use the moment today and make it real to have this mission started. Let the magic of science diplomacy be working so that we join forces. That should be a result today too. And finally, the ocean is still a great mystery for humankind. We've just heard it too. We need to better understand its secrets. And this is why Europe is building a digital twin of the ocean. We are connecting all our assets, like the Copernicus satellites, with icebreakers, buoys, underwater drones, and high-performance computing. We will gather the raw materials and the raw data. We will turn it into real-time knowledge and then develop longer-term predictions. We are putting the power of the digital revolution at the service of our oceans and eventually our climate. Sounds a bit strange, I know, but let me give you an example. Glaciers in the South and North Poles are melting fast. Glaciers the size of entire countries. And this is raising water levels, threatening the existence of small island states and coastal cities. That part we all know. But there's more. It is also changing the current that circles the Antarctic, the world's largest current and a decisive regulator of our climate. And it brings deep waters to the surface, which should on one hand have a cooling effect, but on the other hand is also releasing more carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. So we need to better understand these processes and their impact. We need to better understand in order to better protect. And that's what a digital twin of the ocean will do, and much, much more. The digital twin, concretely, will be operational by 2024. That's the date we've set ourselves. It will make ocean knowledge open access, available to citizens, scientists, policymakers all around the world. It will be a platform for global cooperation, and it is about tangible tools to achieve the commitments we make here today at this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, the ocean is immense, restless, and wild. And when we stand by the coast, we feel humble, small, and in awe. But as we gather here together in Brest, we should realize the great power and the great responsibility we have as humankind for the next generation. So don't think small, think big, because our mission is as big as the ocean. Many thanks.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, President. I propose that we continue with these commitments that you have so well inaugurated. We would like to now invite Mrs. Samia Suluhu, President of Tanzania, as well as Mr. Nana Akufo-Addo, the President of Ghana, the head of the Moroccan government, Mr. Aziz Akanos, and also Donna Bertarelli, who's not a head of state, however, she is an ocean lover and a navigator. I am coral. Some people think I'm just a rock, when in fact, I'm the largest thing alive on this planet. But for how long? I grew for almost 250 million years. Then humans came along, and now 1/5 of me is gone. But you do need me. Do you realize that 1/4 of all marine life depends on me? I am the nursery of the sea. Little fish depend on me for food and to hide from the big fish. That's right. You need me. I am the protein factory of the world. Yet you raise the temperature of the oceans, so I can't live here anymore. And when big storms and tsunamis barrel through the ocean, I'm your fortress. Yet you tear me apart with dynamite and poison me with cyanide. Well, here's a crazy thought. Stop killing me. Nature doesn't need people. People need nature.
Monsieur Edouard Fish, Président de la Polynésie française.
Edouard Fish, President of French Polynesia, is also going to join us for this moment of sharing ideas.
Alors, mesdames et messieurs les présidentes et chefs d'État,
Presidents, heads of state and government, the commitments that have been set out by the President of the Republic and the President of the Commission affect all of us. And I'd like to give the floor to Mrs. Samia Suluhu, President of Tanzania, first.
Yeah, thank you for this chance, and I'm really appreciate being here, attending the conference on how we are going to govern our oceans. And I've been hearing the word governance, but then I've been hearing the good governance, and the good governance on our country's policies and good governance on of our resources. But it's very rare to hear ocean governance. I'm just starting to hear on the ocean governance. And for me, when we talk of ocean governance, brings a lot of ideas in my head. Because when we talk of ocean governance, this means the ocean, first of all, the ocean is a transboundary property, which is, should I say, owned by different countries in the world. It's a common property. And by governance, that means we have to have a very strong mechanism of coordination, the way we are going to share it, the way we are going to use ocean resources, and how can we mutually benefit from the resources in there, and how can we protect this property together. So by ocean governance, I think for the developing countries, there's a lot to be learned about ocean governance. I have listened to the previous speakers when they say the scientific findings about the oceans, and then we said, we know all these findings and we have to take actions. But on the other part of the world, these findings, they are not there, we don't know them. So I think, first of all, we have to share the knowledge about the scientific findings of the ocean, and how can we all be aware of what has to be done so as to have the good governance of our ocean. And I think I'm here to learn more from others, but I have to start by saying this, and I might be coming back again when I hear other people, what is the contribution. But for us, the LDCs, Tanzania specifically, we are ready to protect the ocean, but there's a lot to be shared with us and probably with other countries. So thank you for this chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madame la Présidente. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, President. Now, I know that in your country, There are some important blue projects. Now, I would like us to focus on the issue of fishing and illegal fishing and overfishing as well, which is something that is linked to the protection of our marine ecosystems. It's a very important question. The head of the Moroccan government, this is something that concerns your country directly. I would like to give you the floor. Thank you. Presidents, heads of state and government. I'm going to speak about 2 or 3 points. And yes, we're speaking about illegal fishing. Morocco is fighting this, of course, and we want to speak about this experience because we have to understand the sea in order to fight against this issue, and so science is extremely important. Now, to draw up plans, we need to have the consent of this fragile population that actually works in the fishing industry, fishing sector, and we need to support them. Today, we have 95% of our fishing stocks are within our our management plans, surveillance plans. We also work with the European Union. And I could characterize by saying that each fish has its administrative papers to cross the borders. But that's something that's very important to fight against illegal fishing. We have also developed marine protected areas. That's something that's fundamental. Now, thanks to the Alutis plan and to Mohammed VI's coastline plan, we've made amazing progress when it comes to the Atlantic. And looking at the issue in the Mediterranean, we've seen some positive results in the Atlantic because we've seen certain species that had actually disappeared. With these new plans, they've actually come back in abundance. The Mediterranean is another reality. It's a shared sea. There are difficulties there, and today we cannot renew, let's say, these resources. So we need to make sure that there is also a plan for the Mediterranean. Now, the issue of plastic is a major issue, and of course Morocco signs up to all solutions to deal with that. We know, for example, we have to change the way we use certain types of plastic. We also have to, of course, have more marine protected areas. We have to fight against illegal fishing. And there's an international instrument that the President was speaking about earlier is also needed so that we can conserve and protect biodiversity outside of our national jurisdictions. So here we're focusing on the high seas. This is extremely important because this has a direct impact on countries. Thank you.
Le chef de gouvernement du Maroc pense beaucoup à Tangemed aussi.
Head of the Moroccan government, I also speak about Tongemed, which is an important reserve, as well as an area in the Mediterranean. Now, I'd like to turn to Mr. Nana Akufo-Addo to speak about the situation of illegal fishing.
Emmanuel, thank you very much for including me in this discussion and this summit and inviting us from Ghana to be here. First time in Brest, and I'm liking it very much. Thank you. We have a national plan to deal with the unregulated illegal fishing. It has several components, but the most important message that I have is that we support very vigorously the idea of a global convention in this area of how to control activities in the high seas. It's absolutely, countries like ours, I mean, we spend for us a lot of money, $200 million a year importing fish, which is the result of the significant declines in our stocks from illegal and unregulated fishing. So that is something that we support wholeheartedly, and we will sign up and be one of the first to sign up to a global treaty when it is first is done. Secondly, Together with Ecuador, Germany, we managed to convene a ministerial conference on marine litter and plastics pollution, which came out with some very important decisions about what we need to do to deal with the issue of plastics. Again, the thrust is to establish a global treaty in the area. Ghana is determined to sign up onto the initiative. We think it is extremely important. All the facts about what the ocean represents for us, humans, have already been stated. 50% of the world's oxygens emanate from the sea. 25% of the absorption of emissions, human emissions, are done by the sea. So the sea, the importance of it and the necessity to preserve its efficacy, its riches, its wealth, its potential, is not a matter that is in dispute anymore amongst any of us. So that there should be action. And I think that that is really what is really, and I share these sentiments with the French president. We've come here not only just to undertake commitments. It's important the states make commitments, but even more importantly, what we will do to make sure that these commitments are realized. And that's the position that we feel strongly about in Ghana. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. So, the navigators, sailors, you are President of the Bertarelli Foundation. I will give you the floor regarding some new commitments you have maybe made.
We have heard the ocean is in crisis, and yes, I'm a sailor, and I've witnessed both the beauty and the fragility of the marine habitats threatened by climate change, pollution, acidification, illegal and overfishing. But I also heard the growing science call for political leaders to adopt protection and the 30% protection by 2030. And I wish to congratulate the 100 heads of state, including President Macron, who have pledged towards this ambitious 30 by 30 goal, which my philanthropy contributes and help. In partnership with the Pew Charitable Trust, we have created the Pew Bertarelli Ocean Legacy Program. And I'm happy today to announce that we're going to be renewing our partnership for the next 5 years, bringing a total of $60 million towards the support of creating marine protected areas in the Eastern Tropical Pacific Seascape, the Southern Ocean, and the Mediterranean.
Donc il faut aller la chercher.
I also wish to remain engaged in the important efforts to protect the exceptional biodiversity of French Polynesia, and alongside President Fritsch, which I had the pleasure to meet in Papeete last year. Also, I'm particularly grateful to the heads of state of Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, and Panama for their global leadership to protect ecological corridors between their waters, and I will fully support them in the implementation phase. And lastly, as the founder of Global Fishing Watch Marine Manager, a technology portal to support the effective design, management, and monitoring of protected areas, I call on heads of state to make key ocean data accessible and enable effective planning and sustainable management. Finally, as you, global leaders, work toward a healthy ocean, I will really ask you also to pay attention not just on the quantity, but also on the quality of those protection. We know Science tells us, and we know that highly and fully protected areas are proven to contribute to the climate and to the future for the billions of people that depend on a healthy ocean. So really saving nature, saving our ocean, it's really about saving ourselves. Thank you. Merci.
Merci. Des chefs d'État.
Very much. Heads of state, foundations, President of Polynesia, Mr. Fritz.
La politesse m'interdit.
Politeness and courtesy means I cannot just address you in this way. So I have got to step up here. So, President of the Republic, Mr. Emmanuel Macron, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished honorable guests here, brothers and sisters of the sea, of the ocean, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to address the greetings from the Pacific peoples. I'm only the representative here today with my friend, the ex-Prime Minister of the Cook Islands, and today President of the Forum of the Pacific Islands. I have to say, you have all our greetings. Polynesian culture reminds me that Otinideida, Kamare Moroa, in other words, translated by me, the ocean is the most sacred temple. It is a holy place. It is one which creates both fear and respect. And for Polynesia, it protects its birds. It organizes a traditional task which is carefully thought out, or prevents access to certain parts of the territory in order to preserve nature in these parts. And 20 years ago, French Polynesia became the greatest place of sea mammifers, with all kinds of sharks and sea turtles and other kinds of seas. But it became not only the biggest sanctuary as it was, but it created an area of 5 million square kilometers, which is protected by our environment. The objectives were to preserve species and preserve genetic diversity, maintain ecological functions, and sustainable use of natural resources and ecosystems. Yes, we do provide a protection of 118 islands, taking into consideration the fact that more than 64% of these islands are inhabited. Now, our vision means that the human is at the center, human being is at the center of this protection for us. The human being is linked to the earth, to the sea, and to the air. Our vision is a global vision, and it is a systemic vision, and we want it to be sustainable. We want it to live on. We want it to live on, to persist. It means that we've got to improve the level and quality of life. We have got to regain and go back to our traditional knowledge and true solidarity of generations and of peoples. We must return to this. And really, there are 4 ambitions here. Firstly, which is preserve the heart of our islands. Tayuta, which is the restoration of the link, the restoring of the link between earth and sea. Unwiatea, which is the protection and sustainable management of our economic area. And finally, Chamunanui, which is the building of a big blue wall for the Pacific. Yes, we need to mark this Brest meeting by commitments and pledges. We are going to commit to, we can undertake 4 commitments which affect an ocean surface of more than 1 million square kilometers. That is almost twice the size of France. twice the size of France. So the first commitment is to multiply the reserves of the biosphere. We will finalize the Marquis Islands in the UNESCO heritage, ocean heritage, and we want to do this. This pledge also, it covers about 7,000 square kilometers of the sea. Also, we've also got the Umbre de Trotia, we've got the biosphere of 19,000 meters of Fokarawa, and other areas, also 4 atolls, which we have just acquired. I want to talk about Taura, Marua, and of course, Motuane. Now, the second commitment that we enter into is to protect coastal zones. We need to have coastal zones, which is more 500,000 square kilometers. We want to reserve it simply for traditional fishing methods. And this means will be finalized by the end of this year in conjunction with, and it's very important, in relation with the population of our islands. This coast protection is an increase of 20% of professional fishing, because in Polynesia, fishing is only allowed for Polynesian people. The third commitment, and this is to protect our lagoons and our corals, our coral reefs. So before the end of this year, we will protect all existing species of corals in Polynesia, because these ecosystems about 15,000 square kilometers, and this action will concern 20% of atolls in the world, 20% of atolls, because they are the atolls of French Polynesia in the world. Furthermore, we will create areas where we will only provide certain mooring capacity in specific areas. In other words, we don't want to just have an unspecified mooring. Now, these 3 commitments of Polynesia, they're more than 500,000 kilometers of protected sea surfaces, ocean surfaces, which is almost the same as France's surface area. But the fourth commitment is the most important, and that is a new area, more than 500,000 square kilometers. On the occasion of the 20th anniversary of our marine protection area, we will be organizing a further area of 500,000 square kilometers in the south. So by 2030, we would like to finalize this project of Rahuina to follow the classification of natural areas which are part of our islands. We want to launch an attempt to acquire knowledge and scientific knowledge of our 500 mountains, submarine mountains as well. And we want to know more about our biosphere, and we want to make sure that French Polynesia is recognized as a special, vulnerable marine area. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these commitments bring obligations, and we know that we can count on the state, on France, to accompany us and to help us. President of the Republic, dear Emmanuel Macron, to be clear, you said 3 years ago now, I don't forget anything, not me, you talked about the possibility of organizing a summit which would bring together the island peoples of the world, of the entire world. This is what you said 3 years ago. And you underscored this. And you said, we peoples of the Pacific, we said, we are the witnesses, we are the players, but also potential victims of the effects of climate change and of the health and the state of health of the ocean. So, Mr. President, I'd like to say that French Polynesia has welcomed this first world edition of the One Ocean and One Island Summit, and I suggest that we organize it in Tahiti at the latest in September 2023, the One Island Summit. Thank you. The first one. in view of all these commitments that are being entered to, I need to go and do some work now, which means I've got to ask Marisa Maidou, this young lady who was listening to what you said, and she is going to be an ear for the future, but I'd also like to call a little bit further from Polynesia, Antarctic, in fact. I'd like to call on Jean-Louis Etienne. He's here somewhere. He's got a wonderful boat which he built, and a poet Tara, the boat, I'm sorry, the ship which went around the world, which is in order to look at the world and carry out a survey, and it's in the Antarctic at the moment. It's near the Straits of Idel, so I think I'd like to ask the seafarers who've been there, been waiting for us for the last quarter of an hour, shivering. I'd like to ask them to say something. We can see you now. Thank you very much. You're not all that warm, are you? I can see. Thank you.
Professor, please.
Professor.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, hello, everybody. I send our greetings from Tara in the Weddell Sea right now. We're at about a latitude of 64 south in the screaming 60s, and I can tell everybody that the region is living up to its nickname. It's very windy. We were hit with 75 knots of wind a few days ago. But yeah, we are here to conduct some important science with the Tara Ocean Foundation that seeks to understand the role played by microscopic marine microbes in the ocean system, and in particular the Weddell Sea. These microbes are really important in this system because they form the base of the ocean food chain, and so then they support the rich biodiversity in this ocean around us. They also play a role in contributing to the role of the ocean as a carbon sink, and in particular the variability in this carbon sink from year to year. And also, quite importantly, the nutrients that are used by these organisms here in Antarctica control the flow of resources to other parts of the oceans where they can support fisheries and livelihoods. So they play a super important role here. Systems are really unique. We don't learn much about their structure and function from working in more pleasant conditions. So we have to come here in this lovely schooner to make these studies, to understand the role they are playing, and in particular to understand and to improve our ability to predict the impact of climate change on these crucial ecosystems. To do this, we have to collaborate, we have to work on boards with the many different nations, and also in particular we are collaborating in this effort with our colleagues in Germany on the icebreaker Polarstern, which will come to the Weddell Sea next month to conduct sampling in the same location as us, which will give us a fantastic opportunity to understand how these systems are changing over the seasons, which is really very poorly understood here. But, you know, the Weddell Sea provides these really important services to humanity, or biodiversity, climate regulation, marine food supply, but its ability to do this is under threat at the moment. It's under threat from our changing climate, which is squeezing polar ecosystems much more than anywhere else in the world. It's also under threat from the phenomena of ocean acidification, which can affect some very crucial components of the ecosystem here. And it's also under threat from growing human exploitation of the marine resources here. And it's for these reasons that it's really urgent and pressing that we act rapidly and strongly to protect these regions in the Weddell Sea and East Antarctica. I know there's an opportunity coming up at the Kamala meeting this year, and I really urge delegates there in the room to take action to support the declaration of the marine protected area in the Weddell Sea and East Antarctica. And yeah, with that, I'll send my regards from a grey and quite cold Weddell Sea, and wish you bonne continuation.
Merci, Alessandro.
Thank you, Alessandro. Thank you for advocating for marine protected areas, notably these big marine protected areas. And of course, Kamala is in charge of monitoring plant and wildlife in the Arctic area. And we really do ask for these areas to be protected. President, I know that you really do hold, this is something that's very dear to your heart. Now, I know you have a few things to be getting on with in terms of work, so first we'll give the floor to our participant from South Africa, and then we will conclude.
Is ticking for our planet, our future, and its people. With that said, I would like to look forward, allow us to look forward as a future generation. Marine protected areas are the safeguards we need today to protect tomorrow. These invaluable conservation tools will not only provide protection for marine life, but sustain and enhance food security for the world's populations now and into the future. I am here on behalf of the youth of Africa, not to inspire. I'm here to reiterate what those who have come before me have said. We have enough science, enough knowledge, enough data, enough speeches. We have enough everything. We need you, our leaders, to act now. And I would like to take this platform to call on the leaders of my country, South Africa, to show their support for the global 30 by 30 goal now before it is too late. It is now well recognized that Target 3 of the CBD framework of fully and highly protecting 30% of our global ocean is not only important for us, but as a collective for our ocean. We have less than a decade to reverse biodiversity loss for our planet and our people. It's time we get on with it, and get on with it with action, in a just and equitable way. That means that Indigenous people and local communities must be designated full partners and leaders. My generation is ready to step up. We're here, we're waiting for you to pave the way with greater urgency and accountability. In my native tongue, halala Africa, halala world. Your time is now. It must happen for our future. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. So to conclude after this first sequence, this first session, and maybe to come back to what's been said and maybe add a few things with regards to France and to be the spokesperson of some people who are absent. So we've heard about marine protected areas. So perhaps let's speak about where we already are, given the commitments that have already been made during this summit. So as I told you, we have set up this coalition, the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. And it's very close to what you were speaking about, President Fidji. We launched this alongside Costa Rica during the One Planet Summit. And this coalition did have 50 members, but today it has over 80 members. And now we have 83 countries exactly. So I'd like to ask on all countries to join up. In fact, we will actually name and shame those who aren't on the part of this coalition. So, here in France, we had an objective of 30% of protected areas. I would like to tell you today that we have actually gone beyond that 30% objective, thanks to a decree that was signed this morning, which allows us to extend the French Southern Lands Nature Reserve, meaning that now we have 33% of French territory that's covered by protected areas.
Alors, la réserve naturelle des TAF
French Southern Lands Nature Reserve is the second biggest protected area in the world, just ahead of the Natural Park of the Coral Sea, and it will protect 50 million seabirds, as well as some of the largest populations of king penguins and elephant seals in the world. And if France is the second largest maritime power in the world, it's also because of these overseas marine protected areas that we have. Now, experts tell us that the most difficult aspect is high protection. Well, yes, we have a 10% objective for high protection by 2030. Now, of course, this is difficult because certain sustainable fishing activities that we have in French Polynesia aren't compatible with this type of high protection. But today we're at a figure of 2%, and through some of the decisions that have been taken, we're going to pass from 2% to 4%, so we're going to double the number of high protected areas. But I would like us to have 10%, of course, in 2030, but we have reached our objectives for 2022. So we have doubled from 2 to 4, but of course we have an objective of 10% ahead of us. Now I'd like to come back to the will that's been shown by President Fitch and the EEZ of Polynesia combines protected areas of exceptional biodiversity with the expectations of the people of Polynesia, because we have, of course, artisanal fishing in these areas, and there's also been a lot of work done in terms of education. You've been pioneers in that particular area, raising awareness amongst young people. But really, it's about teaching young people, children, how to protect all of our ecosystems. I'm going to be very clear with you, President. Yes, of course, we're speaking about these marine educational areas, in fact. And indeed, I would like us to go even further with this idea of managing these protected areas and having international recognition for this initiative. And I would like to say, yes, the commitment has been made. And now there's this whole question of overfishing and non-regulated, unmonitored, illegal fishing. And this is, of course, linked directly to the activities of mafias, and you explained this very clearly. We see this in the Gulf of Guinea, we see this in other regions, for example, off the coast of Guyana. And I also salute President Bello, who knows very well about illegal fishing in other parts of the world. We need to be much more active and better organised when it comes to fighting against this scourge. And what we're going to do at the level of and the President of the European Commission spoke about this, we're going to strengthen the common framework of action. And France is ready to support any fishing organisations wishing to progress in this direction. So we support any organisations that want to be involved in being the police of the sea. France has been doing this, fighting against this illegal fishing through monitoring and controls. However, what we want to do is to go further. We want other powers, other stakeholders to join forces with us. We have Italy, Denmark, Portugal and the Netherlands that make up this small reinforced group, but we wish to also open this up to others. And we also want to put in place actions so that we can better verify, monitor and sanction these activities, because they are a real scourge, and they also participate to fueling mafia organisations. I spoke about that in the Canal of Mozambique, in the Gulf of Guinea and in many other areas. So we are starting to see the birth of true European action, and we also hope this can be reproduced at an international level so we can really fight against this issue. And I'd like to thank you, Mrs. Bertarelli, for the commitments that you've made and these actions, the Global Fishing Watch Marine Manager, which wouldn't have been able to see the light of day without your work.
Et donc on voit d'ailleurs comment les fondations, les chercheurs, les États.
So we see how foundations, researchers and states can work together, but I really want us to push forward with this agenda. And I'm going to finish with this next point. We need to go further when it comes to situations that are very complicated. I would like to salute the historic movement that has been taken by Iceland, and I'm allowed to tell you this, I can confirm you this, and I'd like to thank Iceland because they have decided to put an end to whale fishing. And I would also like to salute the decision with regards to ratifying the full measures regarding port state inspection measures. This allows us to have better monitoring of illegal activities and also of landings. So Morocco, Jamaica, Timor-Leste, the Marshall Islands, Papua and the Comores have taken commitments to join this important agreement. Now, yes, you can applaud them because it's really a big investment that these countries are making. And this is a real commitment with control systems behind it, underlying these commitments, and this is something that you completely advocated for. And now, to come back to France, a problem that we know, that is of cetacean strandings. This is an extremely complicated issue, and I'd like to thank the Minister of the Sea for supporting fishermen, and you can applaud her as well for her work. We have put in place observation systems, cameras, fishing techniques, allowing techniques allowing us to avoid bycatch. We have a situation today that is not satisfactory. We know that, and many organisations have said that. So we're going to step up the deployment of our plans. We need to really ask for accountability on the part of all stakeholders, because when we take these commitments, our fishermen are aware of the growing issues. Sometimes there have been a drop in fishing quotas, so that affects their livelihoods. There's also been a rise in fuel prices. Some of them are really finding it difficult to make ends meet. So we really have to make sure that we can keep our promises in terms of preserving biodiversity. We're doing this with and for fishermen who are stakeholders, direct stakeholders. And what we're going to do is to step up our plans for our action plan. We're going to step up scientific research, and we've actually set up the first observation campaign for dolphins in 10 years, in fact, so we can go faster and act better. And we are also focusing on regulations regarding the different types of mesh that we use for fishing. Now, these are investments that we are actually committed to, because we have to actually help fishermen on the ground to make the changes they need to make. I know that we also have our responsibilities to assume regarding this issue. So France, with Italy, Spain and Monaco, also wants to ask the International Maritime Organization to create a particularly vulnerable maritime zone where ship speed will be reduced. Now, once again, this is something that was drawn up with the cooperation or the collaboration of fishermen. I believe that we are now working in with concerted actions so that we can regenerate, renew species in certain areas. And there's a final issue, which is that of sea turtles. They also need to be protected, and they're often, all too often, caught up in our fishing nets. There are TED systems that exist. I'm not talking about TED Talks, but here I'm speaking about the turtle excluded devices, which actually allow for these new, which actually involve new generations of nets, so that turtles can actually escape if they find themselves caught up in these nets. And that's something else that is being written into our legislation, but also in terms of our imports as well. So these are the different commitments I wanted to make on behalf of France, but also to speak about the commitments that many of you have made as well. So as you can see, we are moving forward resolutely, and we are going to continue moving forward in all of these topics. So thank you to all of our participants and all of those who are committed to these issues. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government. Thank you. So we're going to change a little bit now, change our participants. We're going to hear from Jason Momoa.
Wave. I am the wave. The love child of water and wind, sun and moon. I move energy, nutrients, life. I move you. I've captured your imagination since the beginning of time. You honor me. You chase me. I am a symbol of something wild that exists in you. But lately, it's I who feel wild. Choked by your trash, overheated by your pollution. It makes me sick. It makes me lash out. Don't you know I can decimate you? What do you think I can do to your currents, your coastlines, your climate? My requirements are simple. Stop stripping the forests that keep my water clean. Stop filling the atmosphere with dead carbon. And keep your plastic to yourself. Work with me now, before it's too late. I'll keep coming. I am the wave.
Merci, merci à...
Thank you all for having joined us. I'd like to welcome around the President of the Republic, Mr. Plaskovic. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much for coming as far as Brest to be with us. I'd also like to welcome the President of EBRD, Ria Basso, and also I would like to welcome a very important player, Mark Schneider, who is the CEO of Nestlé, will speak traditionally. Perhaps you might like to speak and tell us. I'd like to ask the Croatian Prime Minister, who might have some announcements to make. Can I hand over to you? Thank you. Thank you, President. Thank you for this invitation to this summit, the One Ocean Summit. Thank you very much, which is, of course, the biggest ecosystem of the world, says Mr. Andrej Plenković, Prime Minister of Croatia, and this also means that we have to face up to the situation because this is the source of all life on our planet. In English now.
If I may say, as Prime Minister of a country that has the third largest coast in terms of length in the Mediterranean after Greece and Italy. We have more than 6,000 kilometers. I would like to say that we have passed a lot of legislation and decrees in order to forbid the use of lightweight plastic carrier bags, banning a number of single-use plastic products like straws, cutlery, ear swabs, food containers, a number of issues which are made of oxo-degradable plastic. And this is clearly a contribution that we do on a national level, sometimes even beyond and faster than the obligations that we have agreed at the level of the EU. Only 1% of ocean plastic waste, and each year we dump into the seas a volume of plastic which, if transformed into food-grade plastic film, could cover the whole of France 3 times. 3 times. This is in a way to demonstrate what is the mass of the waste that we are dumping into the seas and oceans, and this is simply unacceptable and not sustainable. And therefore, coming from a maritime country, I think we should continue with these multilateral efforts which we are doing, that the European Union should show the leadership, and that's how I see the summit today in the context of the French presidency, especially after the COP26 in Glasgow. We should expect more from the International Maritime Organization. We should do a more binding treaties in the context of the United Nations. And certainly we should do a maximum effort this year, which is 40 years after the International Convention of on the Law of the Sea, in order to conclude a treaty that deals with the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. Croatia will by 2030 protect 30% of our own seas. We have done an inspiring step in protecting marine resources in the Jabuka pit. This is the special pit in the central part of the Adriatic, which is a unique permanent fisheries restricted area. And this is an example that can be perhaps shared and also promoted in other parts of the Mediterranean. And therefore, in my view, the moment to act is now. There is no time to wait. Ocean is an inspiration, but I think ocean and its protection is also obligation for the leaders at national, international, regional and European level today. Merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Nestle, over to you. Mr. Ulf Mark Schneider, thank you for being with us this morning, which is becoming afternoon. Thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank our host, the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron, and the French government as well, for giving this an opportunity to meet here together in Brest today. I'm going to continue in English now.
Food and beverage business, and for a company like ours, consumer trust is absolutely pivotal. Our ambition at Nestle is very simple. Good for you, good for the planet. Our products must bring benefits to people. I think that's self-evident for food and beverage. But they also need to be produced and delivered with respect for the environment. When it comes to tackling plastic pollution, we focus on 3 areas: less packaging, and better systems. Our vision is that none of our packaging ends up as litter, in landfill, or, as is the topic today, in the oceans. Our immediate goal is to make 100% of our packaging recyclable or reusable by 2025. We are already more than 3/4 of the way there when it comes to plastic packaging. We are more than 90% there when it comes to our total percent of packaging. Right now, the supply of food-grade recycled materials is still very limited. So please note, not all recycling is the same. Food-grade recycling is a particular challenge. We have committed to invest up to 1.5 billion Swiss francs in premiums for recycled plastics in order to stimulate this food-grade part of the market. This is part of our commitment to reduce the use of virgin plastics by 1/3 by 2025, even as the company continues to grow. We're piloting reusable packaging around the world and working with others to develop standards and metrics to expand reuse systems and improve collection and sorting. Good regulation matters, which is why Nestlé, along with 100 other global companies, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation and WWF, calls for an ambitious UN treaty to address plastic pollution. The UN treaty is crucial to establish coherent standards for all countries to abide by and to drive the infrastructure development for a circular economy. We ask governments to address the full life cycle of plastics in 3 ways. First, take steps to limit the use of virgin plastic and decouple plastic use from fossil fuels. Second, facilitate investments to scale innovation, infrastructure, and job creation in the circular economy. And third, take a collective approach to address legacy plastic solution. In closing, let me say, Monsieur le Président, I admire your energetic leadership on saving the oceans, the specific steps we discussed this morning. Please take my assurances that at Nestlé, we have a deep desire and a deep motivation to be part of the solution as we're facing and tackling this important problem. Thank you.
Merci à vous.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to give the floor to President of the BRD. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving us the floor. This initiative that gives the floor, let's say, to the ocean for a change. I am here to tell you that sustainable development and protection of the environment is really at the heart of what we do at the bank, our bank which was created around 30 years ago. Now, since our creation 30 years ago, the bank has invested 7 billion euros for projects actually totaling 20 billion euros worth of investment, focusing on the protection of the environment of the ocean. We have financed ambitious programs, like last year, a drainage program in the delta of an island, which was one of the most polluted, one of the most polluted areas in the country. We've also involved in a major program in Egypt. We're going to sign an agreement today for a public-private partnership project in Tunisia. So this is our contribution through these projects to the issue, to the cause in question. However, we know that we need to go further in protecting our oceans. That's why I'm very happy to announce to you today that the BERD is joining the Clean Oceans Initiative, along with the French Development Agency, the European Investment Bank, and the KfW. And we also have partnerships with multinational banks and bilateral organizations to step up our efforts so that we can have a total of 4 billion euros dedicated to cleaning up and protecting our oceans between now and 2025. We want to mobilize the private sector. That's why in 2018 we signed the principles for the blue economy. That's for multilateral stakeholders, but also for banks and insurance companies, so that they could develop financing in favor of the blue economy. We're going to try and bring new ideas to the table. For example, one of our projects is to recreate, as we have done in the Baltic region, a partnership for the Mediterranean so that we can carry out clean-up activities and protect the Mediterranean. And thanks to these different initiatives, we hope that we'll be able to contribute to the different actions that we have spoken about today, and that we know are of the utmost importance and urgency. Thank you.
Non, merci beaucoup pour ce qui vient d'être rappelé.
Thank you very much for what you have just said. So, the collective action that we need to take, and I'd just like to say I thank you for the commitments that have been made regarding protected areas too, and we see that European countries, especially those that border the Mediterranean, are supported by many colleagues here around the table, and we see there is a true commitment. Now, with regards to plastic, we have two initiatives. Let's say the global commitment, which is a political commitment, asking for a new economy around plastic. And as the President of the Bird just reminded us, we have the Clean Oceans Initiative. So thank you for these very strong commitments that have been made. All of this needs to help us not just to clean up the oceans in a very practical way, because I've learned from you in the past that it was too late when the plastic's already in the ocean. So this is the science that I've learnt during my mandate so far. Charlotte was also with me, that once the plastic is already in the ocean, it's too late. The damage is done. So everything that we have to do needs to be focused on stopping plastic from actually reaching our rivers and our seas and our oceans. So that will mean that we need to overhaul our economies and move away from single-use plastic. This has been done by regional and local authorities and governments. At the international level, we have this global commitment. I would like to thank all of the states that have decided to join this commitment. We have Italy, Colombia, I believe that Ivan's going to speak about that a little bit later, South Korea, the city of Paris, and the Grèce region, the Central Greek region. And you can, of course, applaud them for this initiative. Now, the First Minister Modi, I believe that maybe you heard from him at the start in a video message, but I'm very, very happy that we have this mobilization between India and France, because we have taken action together to eliminate pollution due to single-use plastics. That's very important, because getting India on board is a huge achievement. We know that India's rivers are really suffering from pollution. And so this Franco-Indian initiative is an achievement in terms of our commitments. Now, we need to finish things off, let's say, and end up with a global agreement on this issue. Under the aegis of the United Nations, that's why the European Union, alongside the United States, dear John, is going to ask that the UN General Assembly for the Environment, which is meeting in Nairobi, launches negotiations in this direction. This will give us an international framework, a legally binding international framework, so that this commitment, which currently is the object of actions based on our political will, to actually convert that into something that is legally binding. Now, we all need to change our rules if we want to change things. We've done this in France, for example. Single-use plastics are not allowed in many sectors here in France. And we're trying to really push the recycling industry in our country too. That's of course going to affect the agri-food industry as well. And we need to make sure that we mobilise funds so that developing countries or emerging countries can already enter this new logic. So that's what we're doing in terms of solidarity-based investment. The final point on this issue, and it's linked to France, we have announced many reforms, we have to create new sectors. However, there is one point in particular, and I have to say that I discovered just how much of a problem this is, and it's that of coastal landfill sites, because these are vestiges of the past, let's say. That's a problem in itself. But we know that sea levels are rising, and this can actually lead to these landfills being emptied into the sea. It's a big problem. So, in recent months, we've looked at this issue more closely, and we've identified 50 such sites that are in metropolitan France and overseas. Now, what we want to do is to make sure that within the next 10 years, we can get rid of all of these landfill sites. We want to start right now, and I'm saying that as of 2022, 3 of the most critical landfill sites are going to be dealt with. The Dolmar in Seine-Maritime site, the Fouras in Charente-Maritime, and Anse-Carpentier in Martinique. These are the ones that we have to deal with now. So, these are the commitments I wanted to make on the part of France, and ambitions for the whole collective, especially when it comes to Nairobi and the treaty that we really need. Thank you. Thank you, President. Thank you to your guest speakers, too. We are now going to hear from Sophie Marceau, telling us about nature. Some people call me nature. Others, Mother Nature. I've been here for over 4.5 billion years. 22,500 times longer than you. I don't really need people. But people need me. Yes, your future depends on me. When I thrive, you thrive. When I falter, you falter. Or worse. But I've been here for eons. I've fed species greater than you, and I've starved species greater than you. My oceans, my soil, my flowing streams, my forests. They all can take you or leave you. How you choose to live every day, whether you regard or disregard me, doesn't really matter to me. Your actions will determine your fate, not mine. I'm nature. I'll go on. I'm prepared to evolve. Are you? Nature doesn't need people. People need nature.
Mr. Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, President of Egypt, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فخامة الرئيس Emmanuel Macron,
Mr. Macron, President of the French Republic, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to thank the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron, for his invitation concerning the work that has been done on this important issue, protection of the oceans and nature. And we salute all of the efforts that France has made. Ladies and gentlemen, on our planet, we know that the sea has contributed to maritime shipping and to our economic systems. We also know that we can feed ourselves with the oceans. And in Egypt, we are aware of all of this. We are between the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, and this is something that has always been the case throughout our long civilizations. We have the Suez Canal, and that has allowed us to continue to strengthen global trade. This is extremely important. Very early on, Egypt wanted to put in place legislation necessary to regulate its economic activities linked to the sea, so that we could ensure the longevity of our seas. Notably, to fight against pollution in all of its forms, but especially plastic pollution. This is a real challenge, especially for developing countries that are looking for the support and the technologies that they can put in place, strategies that can help them reduce plastic. Furthermore, Egypt is taking concrete measures to be a real forerunner in terms of renewable energy, including green hydrogen that has a lot of potential in terms of helping us to drive down our emissions. In the years and months and weeks to come, we will put forward proposals that show our efforts in this important domain. On an international level, Egypt has actively worked as President of the Conference of the Parties to the UN Convention on Biological Diversity to launch a negotiating track aimed at agreeing on new targets to preserve nature and protect biodiversity, including in oceans and seas. In addition, Egypt is engaged in the ongoing consultations under the United Nations Convention on the Law of Seas, aimed at agreeing to a new legal instrument to protect biodiversity beyond areas of national jurisdiction. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change remains the most difficult challenge facing us, with its grave impacts that extend to all forms of life. Seas and oceans are not far from these impacts. Seas and oceans have expeditiously absorbed excessive heat resulting from global warming since the 70s. This contributes to increased ocean and sea acidity, as well as dropping oxygen levels, deteriorating sea life. In addition, we also have rising sea levels which continue to threaten various coastal regions across the world. Despite all of this, international efforts to combat the impacts of climate change on seas and oceans still lag behind. That is why, as President of COP27, Egypt is calling for an enhancement of international efforts addressed at protecting our seas and oceans against these impacts, preserving their diversity and guaranteeing their sustainability. From our side, we will work towards COP27 to build a constructive dialogue on this issue. It will be based on the best available science and best available practices, always adopting ambitious results and initiatives, building on the outcomes of the United Nations Conference on Oceans, hosted by Portugal this year, contributing to our countries efforts to combat the impacts of climate change. And we need to make sure that we mobilise financing in developing countries, especially in Africa, and to emphasise Egypt's contribution to international efforts to preserve and protect oceans and seas. It's my pleasure to announce joining the declaration to be adopted at our summit today under the name Protecting the Ocean, Time for Action, as well as joining the two initiatives, the Global Ocean Alliance and the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. And we look forward to working with all parties within the framework of these important initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust that our summit today will reach positive conclusions that reflect the commitment of our countries to the goals of the Paris Agreement and to protecting oceans and seas. I look forward in this regard to receiving you all in Sharm el-Sheikh at COP27 to continue our discussions for the benefit of protecting life on our planet, for us and for future generations. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much. We'll see you in Sharm el-Sheikh. I'd like to ask Nwe Puna, who is the Secretary General. You'd like to come up to the podium? Please do, yes.
Pacifique.
From the Pacific area. Thank you.
Distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the Blue Pacific. Mr. President, thank you so much for organizing this wonderful meeting. It's good to see and to hear so much experience and wisdom resonating in this room today. And we look forward to very productive oceans here this year, 2022. Can I please be allowed to convey our deepest sympathy and condolences to the government and people of Tonga, who are currently experiencing the devastating aftermath of the Hunga Tonga volcanic eruption and the ensuing tsunami. I also wish to thank all friends and partners who have supported Tonga so much during this critical time. May we continue to uphold them in our thoughts and in our prayers. Excellencies, the Pacific Ocean and the large oceanic states that make up the Blue Pacific are strategically important today. Collectively, occupying EEZs of over 48 million square kilometers and occupying the vast ocean expanse between Asia to the west and the Americas to the east. Recently, geopolitical positioning in the Pacific has increased, with major powers developing strategies for their approach to the Pacific. This is not surprising because we have a very valuable asset, and that is our ocean. But we have always asserted our guardianship and stewardship of our ocean, and have always affirmed that we are not small islands, but rather we're large oceanic states because with enormous potential because of our ocean, our most valuable strategic asset. Excellencies, our leaders and our people take responsibility for our ocean seriously. Indeed, SDG 14 was a Pacific initiative. Our proud history of collective management of our ocean resources, such as tuna, has ensured the sustainability of our fishery. We have made many ocean commitments, including ambitious national ocean policies, such as Palau's Sanctuary, Papua New Guinea's National Oceans Policy, and the Cook Islands Marae Moana Initiative. Just speaking briefly on the last one, Marae Moana in our language means sacred ocean. That is how we respect the ocean, because we see it as part of us. We see it as defining our identity and our culture. We see caring for the ocean and its resources as not just our moral duty, we also see it as our obligation under international law. Further, we submit that for ocean governance to be fully effective, all states must play their part and ensure that they abide by international law, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The nature of the ocean implies that any action in your own waters can and will have transboundary impacts on other countries' waters, as well as to our global commons. That is why the leaders of the Pacific Islands Forum are supporting an ambitious BBNJ treaty, which we hope will come into effect this year. Excellencies, for us in the Pacific, the single greatest threat to our livelihoods, our security, and our well-being, and indeed of the whole world, is climate change. One of its negative impacts for us is rising sea levels, which is already being felt in our region. Sadly, the relationship between climate change-related sea level rise and maritime zones was not an issue that was specifically contemplated by the drafters of UNCLOS, but which is of real concern to all of us now, especially the small island developing states and the low-lying states. We want to ensure our legal entitlements as sovereign nations are not lost nor challenged due to sea level rise. In August 2021, and to mark the 50th anniversary of the Pacific Islands Forum, our leaders adopted the Declaration on Preserving Maritime Zones in the face of climate change-related sea level rise. And I have the honor today to present that to you. Our declaration is not just another climate change-related declaration. Oh no, it is a carefully drafted, targeted document that addresses a specific issue: the relationship between sea level rise brought about by climate change and maritime zones. The declaration represents our formal collective view on how UNCLOS rules on maritime zones apply in the situation of climate change-related sea level rise. It secures our people, maintains peace and security, and upholds our long-standing commitment to UNCLOS. Preserving maritime zones in the manner set out in the declaration is essential and fundamental to ensuring a fair and equitable international response to climate change-related sea level rise. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the declaration is rooted in the underpinning legal principles of UNCLOS, in particular those of stability, security, certainty, and predictability. In essence, we are saying that whether or not sea level is rising, once maritime boundaries are set and deposited with the UN Secretary General, they should not and should never be altered. While the issue is of fundamental importance to our blue Pacific continent, other countries we submit similarly require stability, security, certainty, and predictability of their maritime zones. On behalf of the Blue Pacific, I offer our declaration as a considered, moderate, and targeted solution to the issue of sea level rise and its possible legal effects on maritime zones through a good faith interpretation of UNCLOS. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we call on your support for this declaration as one solution to an extremely dire consequence of climate change. In closing, and on behalf of the Blue Pacific continent, I sincerely hope this declaration will be reflected as one of the endorsed commitments of this very important summit. I thank you.
Monsieur Puna, merci. Le Forum des îles.
Mr. Puna, thank you very much. So the Blue Pacific continent, and we have taken what you've said about the states of the Blue Pacific. So we would like to say that we would like to welcome our next guest. Tunisia is a great maritime nation, which was created by Ministre, a princess, in fact, a queen. Madame Najla Widden, over to you now. Thank you very much. Firstly, President Macron, I would like to congratulate you, and I'd like to thank you once again for this initiative. Thank you very much for providing an opportunity for us to having this platform for exchange. As far as I'm concerned, I have a message, a direct message to submit to you. I prepared it, and I'm going to say this. I would like to say, President Macron, the sea, as you know, has always been both part and parcel of cultural heritage of Tunisia, and today it is a substantial motor of its economy and an important source of revenue for a very large part of its population. And today, like other Mediterranean countries, particularly that of the southern Mediterranean, Tunisia is seeing tremendous environmental pressures upon it, and it's amongst the maritime nations most affected by climate change, that is the loss of biodiversity and pollution through plastic. Today, our coastal area and the coastal regions cost Tunisia 2.8% of its GDP, and pollution through plastic or by plastic represents about 2% of its GDP. So that really means that there are tremendous challenges for us to face. And although it has only contributed on a very small scale to atmospheric pollution and that of marine environments, Tunisia always supported the efforts of international community in this area in order to preserve this biodiversity, the sustainable use of the seas, resources, and by way of example, and we have doubled the level of trying to reduce carbon emissions by 2030. Of course, we're very attached to the principles of the United Nations, which is shared responsibility, but nonetheless differentiated responsibility. And here we are totally committed to sign up to all the protection of biodiversity resources, and also to counter pollution and to promote sustainable fishing. And my key message now is, in view of the huge investments required in technological investment in order to bring about all these objectives, which means that seas should be a sustainable solution for economic relaunch and for our national efforts, are not enough on their own. And in order to be able to bring about these objectives which we are aiming at today, this must take into consideration of this gap, the existing gap between the capacity of different countries, and take into consideration the challenges which developing countries face, such as Tunisia. And these challenges, as you know, have been exacerbated, have been made worse by our health crisis, by COVID-19, and which have drastically reduced our margin of maneuver to be able to face up to the vulnerability of our environment. So the effectiveness to implement these objectives will depend on the capacity of each country to be able to set up impact studies on a multidimensional basis, and also to finance activities and to bring about changes as well, and to bring about changes in the infrastructure. For example, to decarbonate the seas, we do need technical and financial assistance to do this. Should be guaranteed by donor countries and by the international institutions as well. So my message is that the international community must adopt immediately a global and participative approach. It must devote multilateral partnership and multipartite partnership on an innovative basis to do this. And this system, I think, is something that we can react to based on the system of the United Nations. I think an answer should also guarantee fair share of the benefits we expect from sustainable use of our seas and oceans with regard to development and job creation, of food safety and security, but security full stop. So I think that our awareness of the situation now, of the essential and adamant necessity to help our seas, means that we must be based on multi-party and multipartite alliances, international, which also guarantee the vital interests of all nations. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving us this opportunity to be able to express our views on these key issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madame. I know that the forum that you will be attending next year is presided by Pascal Lamy and Mrs. Girard, the Minister for the Sea, which in fact take place in September. Excuse me. I know that your message will be carried there as well. And I would like to ask the Prime Minister of the Republic of Ireland, Michael Martin, to speak about a different topic, something that you touched upon, perhaps. And it's a message that goes out to some of the big European stakeholders in the room. You have the floor, Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much indeed, and I want to thank President Emmanuel for the invitation, the opportunity to be at this Ocean Summit today, and first of all to say this in itself is a significant achievement, and I think it underlines the importance of multilateral fora and heads of state coming together to prioritise the sea, the oceans, and in many respects, I think we should continue to have this high-level engagement, a COP of the sea, on an ongoing basis, because it's essential. From the Irish perspective, we're an island state of the North Atlantic. Our maritime area is 7 times our landmass. And this session, I think, is titled Solutions That Can Come from the Sea. And obviously, just in the first instance, I would say Ireland is very committed to research and working with our European partners and others who are partners in the Atlantic. We want to expand our research capacity and our collective research capacity. And we're developing new capacity in that regard. We have a new multi-purpose research vessel now coming on stream, named after one of our famous Antarctic explorers, Tom Crean, who 3 times made groundbreaking missions in the early part of the 20th century. So sea is in our blood. The opportunities we see ahead of us lie particularly in the area of offshore wind. Right now, Ireland consumes electricity that's generated by up to 43% generated by renewables. Our target to 2030 is to get to 80%. And that will be dependent on the offshore wind technologies from now to then. And we have moved quickly to create a new legislative framework around permitting, a streamlined permitting system in terms of consents and so forth. That legislation has passed. We're creating a new regulatory agency to govern the development of offshore wind and renewables. 5 gigawatts to 2030, but excessively beyond that then for post-2030, so that we get into a stage where we will be exporting energy. We are developing interconnection. We will soon have interconnector with France and with Wales. And we see that as our future to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. If we look at the geopolitical situation at the moment, part of our vulnerability, and certainly from an Irish perspective, is our dependence on imported fossil fuel. Our way out of that dependence is the development of offshore wind, and particularly floating technologies into the future, green hydrogen, and greater storage capacity as well. And so we see the sea as offering us solutions, real key solutions to deal with the wider challenge, of course, of climate change itself. What is critical as well is that we do all of this in partnership with our coastal communities and with our fishers. We have to work with our fishers to ensure that this new opportunity is one that they can cohabitate with and be a part of, and that we develop sustainable fisheries, again in partnership with all of our partners in the Atlantic and within the European Union itself. And that generally is how we see this, how we see the ocean really now providing opportunities for us to deal with climate change, and in those coastal communities, those rural areas, economic opportunities that they would not have anticipated for the last 30 or 40 years. Real jobs-rich opportunities for those coastal communities into the future.
Merci.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Europe will be up to the challenge of green shipping, and Nico Anastasiadis will not say the contrary. I give him the floor.
Thank you very much. Before getting into the basics of my intervention, sorry.
Sorry, all right.
It was my punishment. Before getting into the basics of my intervention, allow me to thank President Macron for convening the One Ocean Summit. Despite other unfolding and critical issues, climate change remains one of the biggest challenges that humanity faces. And I am pleased to inform you that my country has just joined the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, presided by France and Costa Rica, which aims at addressing the enormous economic and geopolitical impact of climate change. Today's event provides us an important opportunity to stress the connection between climate and a wide range of maritime issues, including the sustainability of our seas and oceans. Cyprus appreciates that our marine ecosystem is a valuable resource and an integral part of our economy, not to mention our identity. It is also a bonding heritage that is shared with all the nations. Therefore, we treat all related issues as of a high priority. As a leading maritime nation, my country feels responsible to accelerate the transition of shipping to a low-carbon and climate-resilient industry. Maritime transport has, of course, an international character, while climate change knows no borders. So it is obvious that we need to act together to agree on targeted international measures. The issue of cleaner fuels the deployment of relevant fuel infrastructure, the electrification of ships, and the use of energy efficiency technologies is the way forward. A combination of all the above, coupled with the industry's initiative and commitments, such as the Green Marine Label, does have the potential to improve the commercial and environmental sustainability of the sector. At the national level now, my government has already devised our long-term strategy for shipping under the title Sea Change 2030. Our national strategy incentivizes and rewards investments through protective and proactive actions whose goal is to accelerate the use of environmentally friendly technology and the development of a non-fossil alternative fuels. Cyprus and the countries of the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East belong to the same climate hotspot, with a particularly high sensitivity to the effects of climate change. Thus, at the regional level, there is an ongoing Cypriot initiative to coordinate climate change actions in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East. This project aspires to encourage and provide incentives to the countries of our region to prepare their own regional action plan on the basis of their specificities. We are also extremely pleased that after several years of systematic deliberations among the Mediterranean states through the Barcelona Convention system, a proposal has been recently submitted to the International Maritime Organization for the designation of the Mediterranean Sea as sulfate oxides emission control area. These would be extremely significant to protect public health and the environment in the Mediterranean by reducing exposure to harmful levels of air pollution resulting from these emissions. I wanted to seize this opportunity, this occasion, to reiterate Cyprus' readiness to work towards ensuring that this proposal will be approved and enter into force by 1st January 2025. In the same direction, we also urge the contracting parties of the Barcelona Convention to commence as soon as possible work for designating a nitrogen oxides emission control area in the Mediterranean area. Such a proposal is expected to minimize further the emissions from maritime transport, achieving significant health benefits and protecting the maritime environment. On the wider international stage, and as an active member of the IMO Council, Cyprus will work towards ensuring that shipping will make a meaningful contribution to the protection of the oceans and to minimizing the adverse effects of climate change. To this end, we will continue to focus on bridge-building initiatives through the promotion of regional cooperation. It is my government's and my personal conviction that the international community ought to demonstrate a genuine understanding of each other's priorities and to foster diversity and inclusion. Let me wrap up with the following. Not much can be done unless we see ambitious and concrete commitments by all. It is up to each and every one of us to prove, particularly to the younger generation, that our ambition to deliver blue diplomacy is matched by tangible actions. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, President of the Republic of Cyprus. I'm going to round off things with Europe by going to the Prime Minister of Malta. You have the floor.
Thank you, Manuel. Thank you for hosting this very important summit. What I would like to share with you today is the importance of the ocean at a practical level as seen from the holistic perspective of a small island bang in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, Malta. Well, we rely on the ocean, on the sea, for the provision of our most basic supplies, for the provision of food, most of which we import from neighboring Sicily and Italy. We rely on the sea for the provision of our fuel supplies, of our gas supplies, of steel, which is needed in our industry. We also rely on the sea for our connectivity. We're a small island state, member state in the European Union, disconnected from the European mainland. So perhaps our perspective is slightly different from that of many amongst you here today. We are also very much dependent on the sea for our tourism industry. And whilst we have a very diversified economy, it is also a fact that tourism makes up a third of our economy, tourism and its ancillary services. Let me give an example, the cruise liner industry. We're very much dependent on that. And other examples which I could cite would be our beautiful beaches, which are our #1 attraction when it comes to getting as many tourists as possible to our beautiful islands. And there is also then the fishing industry, the fish farming industry, and traditional fishing, which also provide a high quality of life to most of our fishermen, a good quality income, and also good quality jobs. There is also then the maritime commercial sector, our shipyards, our provision of bunkerage services to seagoing vessels. There is also then Malta's growing marine leisure industry, which is ever growing, and it is an open secret that most Maltese people own a boat. I am an avid sailor myself, and so we have to take all those different perspectives into account. So it's not just a question of saying, let's limit the use of the sea to protect it. And we're all in agreement here that we need to introduce more initiatives to protect the sea, but we have to look at the protection of the sea also from other perspectives. And I was listening to President Macron today, and he mentioned this important initiative where, to protect cetaceans, we're discussing the issue of limiting the speed of marine vessels in certain areas. And that's a good initiative for sure. But that will probably result in increased shipping times, probably leading to increased transportation costs in the maritime sector. My question would be then, would that lead to increased inflationary costs? And would we be able to offload those increased inflationary costs to our people at this particular moment in time? So what I'm saying is, yes, let's consider all these important initiatives, but let's have a holistic view of the different impacts which each initiative would leave. And what have we done in Malta to strike a balance? I believe that the solution to these different perspectives is to strike the right balance. And one of the main incentives which we did to protect perhaps our main asset, our best asset, is the introduction of 2 ship-to-shore facilities, and one of them has been made possible due to important EU funds. Basically, these facilities will allow ships to switch off their electricity generators, the electricity engines in harbor, allowing them to switch off these engines and thus reducing emissions. But the irony of it all is that whilst we have done this incentive, whilst these ships are cruising around our islands, whilst these ships are cruising in the Mediterranean, they're using heavy fuel oil. And that is the reality which we're facing. So yes, Nikos mentioned earlier the electrification and the propulsion of marine-going vessels. That's a very important initiative. But I ask, how are vessels today still using heavily polluting, heavy fuel oil? When we have cleaner fuels available, albeit at a higher cost. Why are marine-going vessels still using high-sulfur gas oil? And I understand that the reply to that question is cost. But then we have to walk the walk and talk the talk. Whilst we're discussing initiatives for the future, we have solutions in the present which we're not utilizing. Yes, I do understand that using low-sulfur diesel would perhaps ramp up costs in the shipping industry, but it's an immediately available solution which I believe we should avail ourselves of. And the smaller solutions then, perhaps the minor or less grand solutions which taken together make an effective difference. Let's take the example of the SCAP. A few months ago, probably that would have been made of a disposable single-use plastic. In Malta, a few months ago, we made an important change where we introduced a ban on the importation of single-use plastics. Following 12 months after then, we introduced a total ban on the sale of disposable single-use plastics. It was perhaps a small change, but it made a huge difference. One thing which really saddens me is going around the island and seeing bits of plastic floating all around the island when there are certain currents. We have made major efforts to limit that, and I think that those are the major changes where we have to strive for. But my final appeal then will be to go back to what I started off with, the striking of the right balance. So yes, let us discuss further initiatives where we can improve the quality of our seas, where we can improve the quality of our environment, of our air quality as well. But let's look at each and every initiative from a holistic perspective, not ignoring the realities, the specificities, which Nico also mentioned, of small island states which face particular realities, which rely on the sea for their economy, for the well-being of their people. And I believe that such a balance can be indeed found, provided that we are ambitious in our targets and we also accept that the environment, the protection of our environment is indeed one of the greater challenges which we have, but a challenge which we can definitely look up to. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. We have some other guests, not surprise guests, but they're Europeans who have come from a long way away. Or let's say that they travel a long distance. And I would like to say that this is a fairly strange image that you see here, over here. These are the different companies of shipping, the biggest shipping companies in the world. They're responsible for 90% of world trade, of shipping world trade. However, you only actually represent 55% of global of shipping. So, excuse me, of all maritime transport. And so we have here, let's say, some competitors in this room, but today you are also taking commitments. You are here upon the invitation of the President of the Republic, and we would like to call upon one of you to make a presentation. Well, yes, thank you. I am sitting next to the CEO of MER, so this is something that doesn't happen every day. What I would like to do is start with commitment that we are going to make. That is to say that we are no longer going to transport plastic on board our ships. That's a commitment that we are making today. No more plastic that could end up in other countries or in faraway seas. Now, with regards to maritime transport and what they are doing or what they aren't doing to add to solve the problems. So we have a liquid, we have one ship now, we are developing ships that are fueled by liquid gas that can help us to reduce our emissions by around 20%. And we know it's not enough, but it is a start. And when cleaner fuels are available, we will of course be able to perhaps have a 100% decrease in our emissions. But until those fuels are actually commercialized, we won't be able to do so. What we have to do is to speed up collaborations between different actors, stakeholders who are in the sector, and indeed our company, CMA-CGM, is working with the International Maritime Organization as well as other stakeholders to work on decarbonizing our activities, and we hope that other stakeholders in the room will also do the same, because everything that we can do is good. Everything that we can do in this domain is good for the ocean. I give the floor to Abin Jensen.
Thank you very much for the invitation, for the opportunity to speak here at this important conference. Maybe from my side, only a few things. I think we at Hapag-Lloyd, as CMA, CGM, and all our competitors, really committed to make things better, and we are also putting significant amount of money into that. For example, into dual fuel engines. We have committed to be carbon neutral by 2045, and we are committing to decarbonize all of our offices by the end of 2023. And since last year, we've also committed to make all of our financings dependent on achieving our sustainability goals. So I think from that perspective, we are trying to do whatever we can. But what I think is the most important at the moment is that the industry is actually quite united in trying to be fast and to decarbonize. And I would like to point out, and I stand here also a little bit as the co-chair of the World Shipping Council that represents most of the container lines. And I think as late as yesterday, we have presented 6 pathways that we believe can really lead us to decarbonize. One of them is that we've said we all support the introduction of market-based measures, or some kind of carbon tax to help guide the right type of behavior. The second one being that we believe that it's important that when we look at future fuels, that we do a proper well-to-wake analysis of all those fuels to properly understand what happens in the various phases. The third one being that we believe that there should be new standards and better standards for ships that we build into the future. The fourth one, that we make it possible that the supply of carbon neutral fuels becomes available to all, and that requires massive investment and as such also guidance from international institutions. The fifth one being around establishing green corridors there and where possible. And the last one, make sure that allow us please to continue to invest in R&D. For all of those, we've submitted specific proposals also to the IMO. And I would also call up all the politicians that are here and that represent many of the countries in the IMO to be a little bit brave this year, because we need your support as well to ensure that all of us can act in a level playing field. That's all from my side.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you for your commitment. Surangel, CEO of MACRON.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation. We are very clear also today in the discussions that the world has a climate crisis. And even though shipping is by far the most environmentally friendly mode of transport, we also know that we are part of the problem. But we also clearly want to be part of the solution. And we believe that the solution for global shipping is to, in the future, propel our ships forward using green fuels that have been produced by Power-to-X technology. That is the pathway for us to decarbonize. And because we have that pathway, we have at Maersk started to invest in ships that can actually use this green fuel. So far, we have 12 ships on order, and we are committed that every ship from now on we build will be able to use green fuels. From 2025, we believe that we will have the technical concepts ready to be able to start retrofitting already existing ships with green fuels. And that means that there is a realistic pathway for shipping, or for us at least, to decarbonize by 2040. And that is our goal. We have two challenges now, and Rolf Jansen touched upon them. The first one is the fuel doesn't exist. It needs to be made, it needs to be produced. But we do believe that the market will take care of that over time. The second problem is that green fuels will be 2 to 3 times as expensive as the fossil fuels we use today. And that's why we need IMO to be brave, to be ambitious, to set a price on carbon sometime this decade so that we can even out the balance. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the fourth one, Søren Stoff, Secretary of Zero Embassy.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, also from my side, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The shipping industry is clearly one of the main sources for international trade. I think we can say we are fueling growth and commerce. And I can tell you that at MSC, our heritage is the sea, our present is the sea, and our future is the sea. And for that reason, we also know that we are part of the problem and part of the solution. I'll share a few of the pledges we have recently given also to the audience here today. Firstly, we have pledged that we will become carbon neutral by 2050 without the reliance on any offsetting mechanisms. We don't know precisely how we're going to go there, but we are working very closely with a number of constituents in the supply chain, whether it's methanol, ammonia, hydrogen, or other sources of fuel. As my colleagues have said, they are not available in scale, but we have to take steps now. The first step we have taken is to offer our customers a biofuel product that they can buy already today. We also don't know how long the transition will take. Is it 5, 10, 15 years or longer? And for that reason, we have also at the MSC Group decided to invest a part of our future in LNG-propelled ships. We know, of course, that LNG is not the final solution. It will only reduce emissions by about 20%, but it will take away nearly all of the particle matter and all of the SOx. So it's an important step for us for the future. Also, we have decided as MSC that we will not be going through the Arctic routes in the north. We don't want to be breaking through the ice in the north, and maybe above anything else, we want to make sure that the particle matter that comes from the fuel that we burn doesn't go on the ice cap and melts the ice cap much faster than normally it would have done. We also support at MSC a global price on carbon, a market-based measure. And for us, it's very important that it's a global market-based measure. Now, the world will judge us more on our actions than the targets that we set, but I believe with the commitments we've set today as an industry, we are ready to support a sustainable future also for the seas. Thank you.
Merci, merci. Je crois que
Thank you very much.
d'être là pour.
We can thank you for attending this today. Those who responded to our appeal for Green Marine Europe. So thank you very much for having to continue to do this. So thank you very much. We also thank the ship owners who are with us here today. Thank you very, very much. We've got very distinguished stingers. This is we're looking at the situation as well as far as Salamanca is concerned. Can we really give you a huge round of applause? Thank you very much. Please would you all be so kind as to stand up because we want to have this photograph as a kind of, well, a kind of signal, a kind of way in which to commemorate your commitments and so we can see you. You've stood up and you've been counted, as it were. President, you wanted to have the final word of this roundtable on the question of blue carbon, and I think that you have a very distinguished guest from the President of Colombia. And so we give him the floor now.
It's a great honor for me to be here today. Thank you, our good friend Emmanuel Macron, President of France, for putting together this amazing summit. It's a great honor for me also to share the stage with such a distinguished group of world leaders. There's no doubt that climate change is the biggest challenge of our time. There's no doubt that we need to act boldly, that we need to identify the right policies. And there's no doubt that there are two concepts that must come together. One is carbon neutrality. And we had a very enriching conversation in Glasgow to reach carbon neutrality in the following decades, putting 2050 as a milestone. But we also have to consider another concept, nature positive. Both have to go together. And you may ask, why am I talking about those two concepts coming from Colombia? My country only represents 0.6% of all the world greenhouse gases emissions, but it's one of the most threatened countries by the effects of climate change. And we're also the #2 country in the world in biodiversity. We have made a clear statement, and we expressed it in Glasgow. We want to reach carbon neutrality by 2050, and we want to reduce our CO2 emissions by 51% in 2030. But we also need to embrace the concept of nature positive. And we come today to this very important summit not with a pledge, but with a reality. This year, in 2022, we're not going to wait until 2030. This year, we're going to have 30% of Colombian maritime area declared a protected area. This means that we're going to duplicate this year the maritime protected areas. And we're going to do the same thing inland, protecting overall thousands of square kilometers, protecting species, but also making an additional call. This has to be done in a teamwork, and that's why Colombia has also joined Ecuador, Costa Rica, and Panama, and the four altogether have created the largest protected area, or the largest maritime protected area in the world. We signed that agreement in Glasgow. And today, we're working together, sharing our knowledge, our policies, to achieve that common purpose. But I also have to say today that we need to act decisively on a very complicated matter. Atolls and the coral reefs must be protected, and they are threatened day by day through trawling practices. And trawling is the equivalent of sea deforestation. Trawling is destroying the coral reefs around the world, and the coral reefs are the center for life of 40% of all sea species. So putting an end to the negative trawling practices is something that we must all embrace, and we must do it rapidly. And that implies that through legislation and through clearly executing the protection of the areas of the maritime areas of our countries, we can certainly do that. But that also implies that we need to identify also mechanisms to support different types of fisheries. We in Colombia have prohibited any form of shark fishery, and we have demonstrated that when you invest $1 in a maritime protected area, you can win out of $5 to $6 in investment that come through ecotourism. So you can make a big change in the way of living of local communities. But I'm also happy, Emmanuel, that we're coming today to this summit with a clear purpose, and today with a good friend, Audrey Azoulay, we will be presenting the file so that the Tribu Ga Bay in Colombia can be declared a World Biosphere Reserve. This is also a major statement in a very important area of our country. And together, with Conservation International, we are restoring 1 million corals in our country, primarily in the Caribbean. And we have also approved a climate action bill that has stated a big purpose in a developing country like Colombia. By the year 2030, all single-use packaging must be recyclable, reusable, and compostable. And that means a major change in industry with a clear conscience. We also launched an Artemis campaign to fight deforestation, and we have extended that campaign to fight trawling and protect the coral reefs. So all this put together demonstrates that a country that is only 0.6% of the world greenhouse gas emissions have embraced one of the most ambitious objectives when it comes to climate change. But it has also reached the most important element, which is the 30 by 30 in 2022. So, distinguished heads of state, and Emmanuel, thank you again for putting together this summit. We are working together in a common purpose. There's no planet B. This is our moral duty. And with all the objectives that are not pledges that we're meeting, we're demonstrating to the countries that have contributed the most to the climate action situation we face that if a country like Colombia does it, big countries should do the same. Thank you so much.
Merci. Je propose que...
Thank you. I propose that we conclude this roundtable by asking the CEO of Conservation International to take the floor.
Is that working? Yeah, it's working. Thank you so much. President Macron, Your Excellency, Secretary Kerry, friends, delighted to be here. I was born on an island, and I was born very close to a forest that provided everything to our communities. But this is a forgotten forest. It's not a terrestrial forest. It's actually a marine forest, a blue forest, an ocean forest. Mangroves, seagrasses, salt marshes. They're the hardest working ecosystems on planet Earth. It's just a sliver of land, just a sliver of ocean, but they provide so much to so many. They can capture 10 times more carbon than equivalent forests on a terrestrial system. If we lose them, and we have lost about half of them, it's basically game over for the agreements that we made in Paris and we confirmed in Glasgow, and we will again in Sharm el-Sheikh. Coastal forests take centuries to grow. They grow about that much every year, so you can see what irreparable harm we can do very quickly. But we can all be part of the solution. 151 countries contain at least one of these three ecosystem types. France contains all three when you include its territorial waters. And one of your seagrass beds, the Posidonia seagrass beds in the south of France, we think are the most carbon-rich seagrass beds on planet Earth. Over the last, the French contingent is strong here. Over the last decade, we have been working, Conservation International, along with partners, on really strengthening our ambitions around blue carbon. And last year, we launched, alongside our friend President Duque of Colombia, the first verified carbon project for mangroves in Cispata, Colombia. So how does this work? Basically, the mangroves were protected and restored with the help of Colombia and the communities there, in return for the carbon that they harbor, carbon that goes 6 meters underwater and into the ground below. One of the companies that helped support this project was Apple. You can see the remarkable investment that we can drive towards protecting seagrasses and mangroves if we can tap into this market. But of course, to take care of blue carbon, we have to do it right. You can't build a house without strong foundations. And that's why we are thrilled to launch a global coalition on blue carbon alongside the French, the Colombian, and the Costa Rican governments, alongside AXA, Bank of America, Blue Ventures, Climate Asset Management, IUCN, Ocean Risk Resilience Action Alliance, the Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative, IOC, UNESCO, HSBC, and Vera will also be part of the working group. We hope, sincerely hope, that the United States, the United Kingdom, and every country here also participates in this global coalition on blue carbon. This partnership will fill the scientific gaps that desperately need to be filled. It will build capacity in local indigenous communities to steward mangroves, seagrass beds, and salt marshes. And very importantly, it will connect financial investors with implementers on the ground. And that's what's desperately needed. And we will build a huge new portfolio of projects around the world. Thank you, President Macron, and thank you to the country of France for this partnership and your support. We look forward to growing this alliance alongside all of you. And thank you again, President Duque. Thank you. Nice to see you again.
Merci, Monsieur Sanjayan. Merci.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We're continuing this third roundtable before we go to the last sequence. A lot of things have been said. I'm not going to repeat them. But President Secretary General of the Forum of Islands of the Pacific was very eloquent. Describing the consequences of climate change on the ocean, but also the solutions which could emerge. So I'd like to say, from the commitments, I'd like to thank all the heads of state and government here, who many of them have joined in the alliances and convergences already been announced. Thank you very much for the marine environment, and your confirmations were very strong. One on energy. I think that offline wind energy, wind turbines are very important. The Taoiseach told us about that, and we think that's very important. We need to continue doing this in Europe. We need to give them a visibility and acceptability, because after all, I mean, that's a question of some people don't always like it. I mean, there's sometimes some conflict of use as well, and I think that this has been very important signals, and we want to continue this as Europeans. Secondly, the mobilization of the maritime sector, maritime transport, particularly ship builders and ship owners, that has been said. This is said. 90% of international commerce, which goes by sea, and so it's very important to clean that up. But very important, the 4 companies which did that, and we really thank them most warmly for that. But also, Green Marine Europe is only half of world transport, and I think so far, and what I think has been noted today, I think it's going to start to have an impact and make a difference, because bringing you together somehow, the commitments, which are very strong commitments which you've made, I think this will affect and the G7, the non-youth of the northern route, in order not to bring about the melting of the icebergs. This is very important, but also the commitment and GNM and using LNG, more healthier fuels means reducing emissions, and also I'd like to thank Brittany Ferries, which we know has invested a great deal. So thank you very much for that as well. This is a very strong step which we've taken, which shows a terrific coalition and cohesion in what we've done since the World Planet Summit. Now, what we're going to be doing as Europeans, we're going to try to help you to move on to the next step and go further forward, which is towards zero-emission ships. Well, this means a huge amount of investment. You've said a lot that what LNG can do. You said that this is transition. We need to go further than that. So what can we do? For zero-emission cars, we've done that. We've moved towards zero-emission planes. And we'll be discussing this on the 10th and 11th of March in March in Versailles with President Michel, President von der Leyen and others. We will make headway on this, because this is really industrial feeling, as it were, to overcome these problems and the gaps. So I'd also like to welcome the commitments on the ports as well. Philippe, as the President of the International Association of Port Cities, so that very much fits with that, because the port cities, because of the work of electrification on the quays, very important, which they're carrying out and which you started doing already, means that you can reduce 90% of the ships in dock, and that's very important. So it's very important to plan and invest, but that also is an agenda for solutions as well. Now, I'd like to show that there's a lot of the alliances and a lot of the convergence we've said will enable us to move in the right direction. Then there is a huge question on Mediterranean, which is intense and growing maritime traffic, and that's very important. It was said very clearly, and you also mentioned it, Prime Minister, as well in what you said as well. I would like to say that we've had the support of the President of the Commission just now, which means that President Michel will be saying something about this as well. The European Union will join all Mediterranean countries to make sure that we can finalize the zone of sulfur emissions, which should cover for the whole of the Mediterranean, the 1st of January 2025. And so this agreement is the confirmation of, and the latest supporters of this project will make it possible to ensure that all shipping going through the Mediterranean will only be used fuels which have low sulfur content, which makes it possible to considerably improve the quality of the air and the quality of the water. And that is a very important point and something which I think many of you were hoping for and expecting. Now, I'd like to continue because it's been said. Well, of course, this will cost something. This will have a cost, and it is true. And I think we need to be clear. Of course, any transition has a cost. A transition has a cost. So we mustn't say that we're just going to involve all governments to support the industrial players and the industrial world to carry out this transition. We've got to do this. We've got to support households as well. But we've got to be aware that if we want to do this transition, and that is why it is a public commitment and public investment, our public has got to be with us. We've got to take them with us, because our criteria and transition that we were able to suspend during the COVID crisis, but there was suddenly there was no longer the budgetary measures which bound everything. Suddenly there was no longer the monetary rules which were confining the banking industry. So we have got to deal with biodiversity for climate crisis. We've got to reinvent our budgetary and financial measures to accompany it. This is an urgent matter. So that is exactly what we've got to be doing. And so we have to discussion with heads of state and government, because if we stick to the same criteria, well, what does that mean? We've got to put to the heart of the Fed, the BRD, at the heart of our budgetary agendas, these transition rules, which means we have got to shoulder public investments, which, in addition to the private investments, which we are doing, which will make it possible for us to make headway. And that being the context, I would also like to I'd like to congratulate on the setting up the Eco-Energy Maritime Institute, in addition to the French Cluster Maritime Agency and its help to go into create shipping with zero emissions. So thank you very much for making that and for going in for that. Well, that will make it possible, in addition to these major investments, investments of the states, to also bring it to fruition with all the players involved. And also, President Marquez quite rightly spoke about all these commitments and the protection measures which are undertaken, but also launched this initiative, Blue Carbon, with several partners, and particularly Conservation International, UNESCO, and all the private partners who have been mentioned by the Director General of Conservation International at just this very moment. And I would like to say that the alliance, this coalition we're setting today, is a very important instrument which brings us together. And I'd like to invite maximum number of colleagues to enjoy us. We want to say this, and now it's been proven that mangroves can stock as much as CO2 as tropical forest. And mangroves, water meadows, brackish areas are also solutions to fight climate deregulation and climate heating. And so we have to bring together and structure these ideas, and we've got to structure them to preserve the ecostructures, to make sure that we have these mangroves and other areas that we've talked about. We need to mobilize solutions for financing, as we did just now on plastic. It's the same thinking behind it all. And so what we need to do, we need to structure a market for blue carbon, a blue carbon market. That's the challenge. We know the instruments, we've done it already elsewhere. But if we were to launch this initiative now, we are launching this initiative today, we need to do, please share the message, heads of government, please share this message, because this coalition will make it possible to tap financial resources and find solutions for our biodiversity. It's exactly the same thing that we did with the great green wall, which we did with 13 African countries. We'll do it with our oceans now, to make it possible to enhance them, to finance them, and to monetize them. So this will, I think, be one of the main challenges and one way to find a solution for our oceans and to combat climate change and heating. Now, one last word on these on the poles. We did discuss them a little bit, but I'd like here, well, I mean, I think this is your other hat, Ambassador, sir, but I'd also like to say that we will publish shortly for France our first polar strategy. France has a tradition, with several of you here, of commitment to this whole question of the poles, and I would like to welcome and pay tribute to Michel Rocard, which he did, past president, with many of the scientific powers as well, who was able to protect Pôle Sud, Prime Minister, of course, and develop a single coalition at the time. We said, well, it's very good, let's agree with all this. Now, I think that you prepared and have been preparing, with all the ministers concerned, a strategy for poles. The Prime Minister will present it by the end of this month, and with several commitments that France is going to enter into, particularly because, I haven't forgotten, some of you asked me particularly about this in Marseille, important scientific reinvestment for the Arctic through the French Polar Institute, Paul-Émile Victor. Emile Victor, and I would like to thank all the players involved in that, starting with Paulsen, who was present with us, I think, and with whom we launched today a foundation, a polar foundation, very important to finance scientific work, and will bring together all of this. I'd also like to welcome and thank Germany, who've made important investments. I'd like to say, very humility, what we're doing. We've really started started lagging behind the last 10 years as far as France is concerned with public investment. There were other countries who were quicker off the mark, and they decided to do a lot more than we did. So we have before us a decade of action on many subjects. We need to make a collective commitment as champions of biodiversity, particularly in the Antarctic. And I would like to say here solemnly and ceremonially, we're going to be developing these cooperation and scientific research programs. But we, together with the European Union and with many other countries, we will put forward the request for Antarctic, the East Antarctic, and the Weddell Sea. We would like these to be protected areas, internationally recognized protected areas. And with regard to this particular subject, we need ambassadors. I'm addressing you now, Your Excellencies. We need cooperation and commitment of China and Russia to support this approach to protect these zones. So, as it happens, I'm in discussions with the President of the Federation of Russia, and I will be shortly having discussions with the President of China. But this is a subject that's going to be on our agenda and in the heart of our agenda, because we need to succeed in this. We succeeded a few decades ago with New Zealand, Australia, and others. It's absolutely essential if we want to protect both the agenda of protection of biodiversity and to combat climate change too. Thank you, and that's it.
Thank you, President. Believe it, the video that's coming up next, I think this one's for you, given what you just said. It's going to speak to us about the situation of our poles. Thank you to all of you. And for the last session, the last workshop, I would like to call up the Prime Minister of the Seychelles, the Prime Minister of Norway, and the President of the European Commission.
I move slowly. I keep the world cool. Well, I used to. But humans keep warming this planet. I try to warn you. I send pieces of me thundering into the ocean. You do nothing. I raise sea levels. You do nothing. It has taken you decades to notice. Perhaps I'm not so slow after all.
Merci à vous.
Thank you very much. So, you haven't finished yet, far from it. In fact, it will never be over for the ocean. So, I would like to thank President Wavel Ramkalawan for being here. He's Prime Minister of Seychelles. We have Jonas Gahr Store, Prime Minister of Norway. We also have with us the President of Namibia, Guy Gob, and you'll be speaking about the renewed governance of the oceans. Prime Minister of Seychelles, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Merci bien.
Thank you very much, Mr. Macron, for the invitation. It's really a great pleasure for me personally to be here. And let's speak about some interesting things. Let's speak about some interesting and positive things.
We are, in fact, at a very important summit. In fact, to a certain extent, having just come back from Glasgow, COP26, I think this summit is really one that is pushing us forward. And coming from a small island developing state in the middle of the ocean, I want to share our experience, because what I have heard so far is really encouraging for me. Because here I am, living in the middle of the Indian Ocean, surrounded by the sea, feeling all the effects of climate change, feeling everything that is happening around us, and seeing our islands disappearing and many more things happen. For me personally, it's very encouraging to hear so many commitments on the part of the developed world. So thank you very much, President Macron, for giving us this opportunity. You see, many a time we forget that us small islands in the middle of nowhere, the closest spot on the continent, on the African continent, to Seychelles is 1,000 miles away. And there's even a song that says, we are 1,000 miles from anywhere. So it's a totally different way of living. When we talk of rise in sea level, for us it is real, because not only do we have granitic islands, but we also have coral islands. And to see our coral islands disappear, or at least for the time being, to see the shapes of our coral islands disappearing, well, changing, makes us realize that sooner or later, some of them will totally disappear. And yet, here we are when we talk of governance, when we talk of seriousness, when we talk of commitment. Small Seychelles, small as we are, only 469 square kilometers of landmass, and yet possessing 1.4 million square kilometers of ocean. We are committed. It was a pleasure to hear President Macron announce that France will soon be 32% of the oceans will be protected. Seychelles achieved that a couple of years ago. We are already protecting 32% of our oceans. We are already managing, together with Mauritius, an area which is large, a seabed grass, a seagrass meadow, which is larger than Switzerland, which could be also larger than France in a way. And we're doing this because we believe in protecting our planet, because we have only one planet. And so already we are very active. All mangrove forests are under protection. The seagrass meadows, as I just mentioned. So here we are living in the middle of the ocean, and yet fighting, protecting, and making sure that our planet survives. So in terms of governance, yes, we need to be serious about it. And the theme of this summit is very important. We are indeed one ocean, because what happens in other parts of the world affects us. And here I can quote the example of Aldabra, the Aldabra Atoll, which is the second largest reef in the world. We've given it to the world. Seychelles has donated it to the world. And yet, a couple of years ago, and to this day, we continue to collect plastic. We removed thousands of tons of plastic from the atoll of Aldabra, and yet Aldabra is in the middle of the ocean. It hasn't got one single factory. It doesn't produce anything. It's dedicated to conservation. So we definitely need to have this governance of the oceans to see how we can move forward. As far as overfishing is concerned, again, here we are with Fidji, We are declaring everything. With the European Union, with which we have the largest tuna fishing agreement, again, we sit down and we talk about how to protect wildlife, because every single tuna that is removed from the Indian Ocean is in fact wildlife. So I would say definitely we need to work together, and small island states are doing their part. We talked about plastic. Again, we've already banned single-use plastic. The last item of plastic that we banned was in 2020, when we said no more balloons. Why no more balloons? Because our people go enjoy themselves on the beaches, and then the balloons go into the ocean, and turtles eat them, whales eat them, other ocean creatures eat them. So the commitment is 100%. President Macron, c'est à 100%.
So it's 100% our commitment, and thank you very much for having invited us. Thank you for everything.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Now, Prime Minister of Norway. President, thank you for having summoned us, called us to Brest. It's a pleasure for us to be here. My country, Norway, you can see there on the map, it's really the coast that gives us another dimension, let's say.
Ocean and seabed than land. So with the International Treaty of the Law of the Sea, this is how we have rights and responsibilities. So I thought I would make brief remarks on the topic on global governance. I believe that the French president actually listed events ahead of us in 2022 that explains very clearly that we have the necessary institutions and we have the necessary events to make commitments. And I see the President of Portugal, we're all moving to Lisbon, and we are going to sign up to important treaties on plastic, on biodiversity, and so on. So my first point is this: don't let us waste time on figuring out new grandiose institutions that always are complicated. It took decades to provide the law of the sea, and I think we have to build on that UN convention and then move forward with concrete projects. I think this meeting, and the President also alluded to this, we have a number of very concrete measures ahead of us that we can adopt and agree to, and the European Union will have to play an important role in leadership. Norway as a partner will join that leadership and do what we can. Now, 3 or 4 remarks. As you know, Mr. President, we chair in Norway the high-level panel on ocean sustainable economy. And I'm very happy to see that France is joining the panel. The United States has been joining the panel. So what is this really? This is a coalition of countries willing to move forward to make a sustainable economy. And I believe, you know, from my political background, we believe that markets are good servants, but they should not be we should be served by markets, but we should have political direction on how we use markets. And that's why we need concrete measures on an economy to fight the plastics, so that it is economically viable not to let plastic become waste, but that plastic can be recycled and become a value. That we can do sustainable fishing. And I see my friend Pascal Lamy, the former head of WTO, working also on fishery subsidies, working on sound procedures in that framework. You alluded to WTO, Mr. President. So we have to really make force of these economic mechanisms to push development for saving the oceans. It cannot only be declarations and statements and individual obligations. We need that too, but we need to make a sustainable ocean economy. And that's why I salute the shipping industry for moving forward on technology, on fuels, on rebuilding their ships, on building new ships. And for my country, there are really, I believe, 2 or 3 major areas where we can make a difference. One is on green shipping, pushing hydrogen, putting out expectations and regulations from the government on what kind of near traffic fleet we would like to see and what we will accept, working in IMO to push the standards, and I take the message here, we need more political leadership in this complex organization. Second element, I believe, is on energy. And Norway, as an oil and gas nation, we will move towards the renewable. I believe Europe is making the right decision on not giving up on gas. We see that right now because it is a transitional energy for stability. But we need to capture and store the CO2 from these sources in a sound and sustainable way, unless we will not reach our climate obligations. But I also believe that this vast potential from ocean wind really had to be brought to scale. Ocean wind can provide an important part of the renewable solutions to our modern economies. There too we can make decisions in the coming months and weeks and months ahead of us to make a great difference. My final remark is on food itself. We need to bring more food to a growing world population coming out of the oceans. And that's why to have a sustainable diet and sustainable food production scheme is important for a growing world population, and also the huge opportunities for new jobs, new opportunities, and a sounder diet. A sounder diet than most of the other things that we consume and eat. So Norway's message is that we have the institutions that we need. They can be refined, they can be sharpened. But what we really need is to use these institutions with political will from inside. And we can do that as groups like the European Union with its partners. We can do it in a coalition of the willing, like the high-level panel. Je salue le président de joindre.
And I salute the President for joining this panel.
And I also salute France for taking the initiative, using the presidency of the European Union for setting an agenda. I really believe that is paving the way to a sounder ocean. Thank you, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur le Premier ministre.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Président de la Namibie.
Now, President of Namibia, you have the floor.
First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Macron for inviting me to be here. That's great lecture. I was in a big university this whole day, listening to what we talk about the ocean. And Namibia is a long coastline, about 1,500 K. And to sit and listen and talk in a university is a good thing. But I was just reminded by when I was a young boy in America, there was a professor at a high school, a professor who came out and said, "My name is Pochilo. I'm a biology teacher, teaching you science of life." Unlike the medical doctors, I'm not trying to attack medical doctors. He says, biology teacher will stand here. There is a curve. The car, the road is going, there's a curve. Medical doctor stands there. I stand here to warn you. If you go there, there is a problem there. Slow down. Way of life. Stop here, I help you, and so on. Medical doctor will wait until your car overturns and picks you up to treat you. Now here we are now. Let's not become medical doctors to wait until the oceans and islands and part of Namibia disappears. Let's be, in this case, Mr. Pochilo, who will stand here as we have done, will listen to you all to treat the issue here. Stop me from collapsing so that our countries may survive. We are not the polluters in Africa. We are polluters. You are the advanced countries are the polluters. Who produced the, what we are talking about, the thing we have to burn? What is this paper? I mean, these things. Plastics. Who are the producers of plastic? Where did it start from? Africa? No. But at the end, we seem to suffer on the things we didn't cause. So I'm glad that we have talked, and I've learned and learned. Let's now go on to implement, to save the ocean. Ocean gives us food. In our case, we are fishing industry, which is very much industrialized. We will allow our scientists to go and first look at the available resources, and later on the company people also go and do their own, and they give the amount that ought to be given as a quota. And the government will take mostly in between the amount mentioned by the business people and the scientists in a moderate way. We have been doing it that way. We had a serious crisis in corruption cases, but again, as I said, corruption, as somebody says, everywhere. But what happened in our case is the ministers, they are now in jail for 2 years, unfortunately, without being tried, because they are going to start their trial now about next month. So we do have management, governance-wise, good governance, but people in Namibia eat fish, but they would also want to have peace and let those who are polluters, those who made plastic also help us. And with today's discussions here, I think I was asked to close down, so to say, so that we can go and work. So as I said, be the biologists who teach us how to prevent small islands, but not to get sick, not to get hurt, but go down and disappear. Don't be a medical doctor to wait to come and treat after we are already in trouble, after we collided and overturned. But come to Maldives, come to Seychelles, help now while we are still just in there, warning us like biologists. That's my message, since I'm supposed to be the last speaker. Let's be biologists. I'm not saying anything bad about medical doctors, but let's just not talk. Let's not just talk. Now we are now dealing with issues we know what is happening. So let's therefore take action. I'm glad you have joined our club on oceans. You have announced many things today, and I was listening. I hope there will be results from these talks. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le.
Thank you, President. I'd like to invite the President of European Council to take the floor.
Monsieur le Président de la République, cher Emmanuel Macron.
President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron, heads of state and government, all of you in your different positions. You may remember, just a few months ago, we were on a boat in another port city. We were in Marseille. And we were learning about the gravity of the situation. We were also learning about the potential and the capacity and the hopes that we could have with regards to the ocean and the seas. The oceans, the seas, and we heard about this in the introduction. We heard the poetry, the literature, the mystery around oceans and seas, the beauty, the fragility. And we see at a European level that our generation, political leaders, economic stakeholders, civil society organizations, all of us, we are seeing a radical transformation. We're looking at the challenges ahead of us. We see that a part of humanity, perhaps there were some good intentions, developed its lifestyle, but abusing natural ecosystems, mistreating nature and the environment and the planet. And I believe that now we are aware of this, and we are made aware of this, meeting after meeting, international forum after international forum, must bring us to a new direction. And that's the choice of the European Union. We need a paradigm shift, a sea change. We need to change the model. It's going to be difficult, and there will be obstacles. obstacles. And there will be choppy waters, let's say, in our negotiations. But we need to have this intelligence, this collective intelligence, to work on this together, to speak to each other, and to build something that will allow us to move forward so we can overcome the challenges ahead of us, with changing our ways of life so that we can progress. Just a few words regarding the European Union, which also wants to add its brick to the wall that we are building so that we can have a world that everyone respects. So, we've spoken about 2022. It's an important year, and the months ahead of us will be essential, because there is international governance that is opening the way, paving the way to major events where we'll actually have to take decisions that will be implemented. The President of the Republic spoke about some of these, and I can tell you that the European Union is completely committed to all of these meetings so that we can have tangible, concrete actions by forming the partnerships that we need on the part of the international community. At the end of February, for example, we're going to be focusing on eliminating plastic pollution from our oceans and seas. Also, when we go to New York as well, so that we, 40 years after the law of the seas, we can have a convention to protect biodiversity in high sea areas. And I haven't forgotten the WTO initiative either, because that was also spoken about. We need to make concrete actions when talking about illegal fishing. These are practices that are contradictory to what we are trying to achieve here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, forests, oceans, they are the lungs of our world. They regulate our climate. They are spaces that are vital, essential for life on this earth. And we understand that there is this undeniable link between climate, biodiversity and the oceans. I just want to thank the President of the French Republic. He is extremely committed with energy, enthusiasm, trying to get his own country and the European Union to do everything in their power to address these issues. So we cannot get it wrong. We cannot procrastinate for too long. We have to base what we do on knowledge. We have to have consistent activities so there's a harmonization of practices, even between different sectors. And I remember this African proverb: what my mouth says, my arm does. So that's what we need to make sure that we do. Act with consistency for the future. Thank you. Thank you, President of the European Council. I give the floor now to the President of the Republic. Well, thank you very much for your comments. Before handing over to the President of Portugal to continue, just a few words that have been said about what we want to achieve in terms of governance and during this summit. It's 40 years since Montego Bay, and we've been preparing this famous BBNJ treaty. 10 years in the making. I think it's time for us to do it now. Put the icing on the cake. So, we want to have this new framework at the international level, because we've all taken commitments for our EEZs, but there's also this hidden continent, which is the high seas, which is outside of our jurisdictions. There are 27 countries within the European Union that have formed a coalition to this end. There are 13 countries that have now joined
in, and now we have to do everything to finish with this agreement, get it done. It needs to be universal, operational, and effective. That's why we have decided to join this high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy, so that we can get this treaty done. So, there's around 40 of us now, and we need to finalise things in 2022. It's within our grasp. It's not too far away. We need to get it done. Now, we also have to focus on knowledge. That was said just a few moments ago. We need to have an agenda so that we can push forward research and knowledge. We have a European agency helping us to do that. In France, we are also have exploration campaigns in France. However, we can't protect what we don't know. So we can't start saying the best thing we have to do to protect is to not want to know. Well, no, we need to understand. We need to explore the underwater areas that are unknown to us so that we can better protect them. And it would be unfair to say that we would be able to go all the way to Mars and to go to the moon, but we won't. But we don't understand what's going on underneath our waters. So we are going to continue to finance scientific missions to gain knowledge. Because, dear Eric, it's also something that makes us dream when we look at the ocean. And to the eminent successor of Clouseau, Pasteur and Clouseau, you know, they were very, of course, eminent figures who had a lot to say about all of this. Now, as Mrs. van der Leyen said earlier, there is a digital twin of the ocean project that has been launched by the Commission. They've been working on it for months. And this project, with the financing that goes with it, constitutes major progress in terms of our knowledge of the oceans. Science and technology are some of our weapons in terms of protecting biodiversity, fish populations, and having a balanced climate. And this is, and it's in line with this that we have the organisation Mercator Oceans. It's going to become an international organisation. That's something that was launched yesterday. And thank you for the announcement you made of this the creation of this now international organisation. And of course, France was also involved in the financing of this. We also have the grant programme, Make Our Planet Great Again. We also have the Ifremer Institute here in Brest, and all of these different stakeholders who can work on these different issues. And I would also like to thank Ondier Boutius for her enlightening words earlier, but we also need to consolidate dialogue between scientists and politicians. And that's going to be the work that we're going to have to do in the upcoming months. We really need to make sure that we have a kind of certain maturity, biodiversity and climate hand in hand, because we see that the IPCC and IPBES have helped, their reports have helped us to take decisions. We need to have the same level of maturity when it comes to protecting our oceans. Finally, protecting our seas, and this is something that is linked to the SNSM. It's also about protecting the lives of seafarers. That's why the International Association of Marine Aids to Navigation and Lighthouse Authorities, which has been based in France since 1957, will soon become an international organisation. I congratulate them, and I believe that anyone who's not part of that, which is now an international organisation, may join that international organisation. So, these were some words that I wanted to say, or rather summarising what France has done. Of course, there are lots of things that we still have to do, because mobilising our efforts today has allowed us to actually create lots of tangible commitments, to bring on board lots of public and private stakeholders and to pave the way for the future. So we know that we have important dates coming up. As of next week, in fact, we have the COP15 to prepare. Costa Rica and France are willing to welcome another ocean conference in 2024 so that we can continue with this dynamic. And we will also have the conferences in September 2023 focusing on islands. We will meet again in Palau in April and in Lisbon soon, and I would like to give the floor to the President of Portugal, Marcelo. So, from Brest to Lisbon, you have the floor.
Cher Président de la République française,
the President of the French Republic, heads of state and government, presidents of European institutions and other international organizations, Special Envoy of the United States, John Kerry, business leaders, friends. The ocean is our passion. I think about it every day. I go swimming every day in the Atlantic. And I believe it really is an affair of passion, let's say. It's, of course, about politics, and it's also about opening the ocean up to humanity, but it's also about it being a passion. Why is this summit already a major success here in Brest? Because it's an affirmation of the French presidency of the Council of the European Union. It's an affirmation of political will. It's an affirmation of multilateralism, because it's an affirmation in a difficult moment from a geopolitical point of view, and also when we are focusing on trying to find social solutions to issues caused by the pandemic. But yes, there are short-term issues we have to deal with, but we can't forget the mid and the long term. And it's the ocean. We cannot forget the long term when there are crises and problems that affect us right now. Otherwise, we just go from crisis to crisis, and we never see the end of the tunnel. And we cannot do that with the ocean. It's also a success because it's a new path that is opening up to us, and we are speeding things up on that road. We are realists, but we are also visionaries. There are milestones towards Lisbon, then towards Sharm el-Sheikh, and then they go even further, 2023, 24. And it's a universal objective, that's why. This summit is a success because we agree with the Brest Declaration and the partnerships that are being launched here today, and the political will to push through treaties and agreements on plastic waste, on biodiversity, and maybe also in the pharmaceutical sector too. That's another issue that affects us in this domain, because we have to go further. We are creating new structures, but the agreements that we need are also important. We also need to have feasibility from an economic point of view as well. We need to get everyone on board, academics, those from the world of science, academia, technology. And why is Lisbon such an important next step? There are three reasons. One is because of this nexus between climate and the oceans. It needs to be repeated. When we speak about the climate, we cannot forget the importance of oceans. Secondly, because of the importance of innovation and research and science. The President said it. We cannot forget the importance of this knowledge. And finally, because there are social and economic stakeholders, what we sometimes call, yes, stakeholders, and we need to have them present with us, all of them taking the same commitments. It's not a political statement, a governmental statement, while at the state level, it's about society. Why Lisbon? Why Portugal? Because the ocean is for us? Well, we have so many links to the ocean, even our language. And indeed, we have a stake, let's say, in all of the world's oceans. Portugal also has the half of the exclusive economic zone, if you think about it. If you think about the adjacent zones to the European Union, it's half of the EEZ. We also have the largest protected area in the North Atlantic, just off of some of our more wild, uninhabited islands. And we can also, and we want to go way beyond 30% before 2030. We want to protect more than 30% of our oceans. So, for us, the ocean is a passion. But I believe it is for everyone. There's no continental states, really. It's an illusion. Everybody is one of the keepers of the ocean. That's why I'm waiting for you in Lisbon. It's the next step. We will be there. Just after the European Council, just before the G7, just before the NATO summit, because all of that is important, but the ocean is also extremely important. Thank you.
Monsieur Thompson. Monsieur Marcelo. Monsieur Thompson. Avec Peter Thompson, des Nations Unies.
Et les Nations Unies sont là. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. So the baton has been passed to here in Brest to Lisbon. And I'd like to thank all of the organisers, the different ministries and their different teams, of course the city of Brest, all of the state services, all of the companies, associations, scientists, ambassador, yourself, and all of those who have allowed for this summit to take place. And thank you to the heads of state and government for being here. Long live the ocean.
Alors attendez, vous allez être accueillis, on va vous proposer de sortir au son du bagad de l'Andy.
Now we're going to propose that you leave the room to the sounds of the bagad, because we're big fans of it here.
De nombreux pays, plus de 30 pays qui ont contribué par des messages. Voilà.
Thank you, Excellency President Macron, for organizing this meeting. As the largest archipelagic country in the world, A healthy marine environment ensures the sustainability of Indonesia's development. Indonesia is proud to be one of the countries at the forefront of marine protection. We are committed to achieve the target of marine conservation areas of 32.5 million.
300,000 young people collected almost 13 tons of plastic waste. I have also directed our Navy to contribute 100 ship days this year to cleaning plastic waste from the seas. India will be happy to join France in launching a global initiative on single-use plastics. Thank you, President Macron.
Als Hamburger bin ich in Meeresnähe aufgewachsen. Aber es war ein Franzose, mit dem ich in meiner Jugend die Tiefsee entdeckt habe, Jacques Cousteau, der große Pionier der Meeresforschung. Mit seiner Kamera kämpfte er für den Erhalt der Meere. Dieses Erbe führt Frankreich bis heute fort und damit steht es nicht allein. In Deutschland gibt es ein Sprichwort: Wir sitzen alle in einem Boot. Der Schutz der Meere geht uns alle an. Er ist auch ein entscheidendes Thema der deutschen G7-Präsidentschaft. Heute, im Anthropozän, hat sich der Mensch die Natur untertan gemacht. Die negativen Folgen sind Klimawandel, Erwärmung der Meere und Artensterben, sowie die massive Verschmutzung, Vermüllung und Überfischung der Meere. Dagegen müssen wir etwas tun. Ein wichtiger Schritt zum Schutz der Artenvielfalt ist die High Ambition Coalition on Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction der EU und ihrer Mitgliedstaaten, die wir heute aus der Taufe heben. Aber wir brauchen auch einen zügigen Abschluss des UN-Abkommens zum Schutz der Biodiversität außerhalb der nationalen Hoheitsbereiche. Und 30 by 30, 30% Schutzfläche. Das muss unser Ziel sein bei der Vertragsstaatenkonferenz der Biodiversitätskonvention in diesem Jahr. Wir brauchen zudem ein international verbindliches Rahmenwerk gegen die Vermüllung der Meere. Dafür machen wir uns seit langem zusammen mit anderen Staaten und dem Umweltprogramm der Vereinten Nationen ganz besonders stark, und wir unterstützen die Clean Ocean Initiative, die erfolgreich Projekte zur Reduzierung des Eintrags von Plastikmüll in die Weltmeere anschiebt. Nicht zuletzt müssen wir auch unseren Einsatz gegen Überfischung und die illegale Fischerei erhöhen. Das Meer, the One Ocean, ist das größte Ökosystem unseres Planeten. Unser Klima, unsere Gesundheit, unsere Ernährung, kurz unser aller Leben hängt davon ab. Wir sollten es endlich entsprechend behandeln. Vielen Dank, Emmanuel, für diese wichtige Initiative und vielen Dank an Sie alle für Ihr Engagement.
Todos sabemos que la salud de los océanos tiene un impacto decisivo sobre la vida de nuestro planeta. Y también sabemos que las dramáticas consecuencias del aumento de su temperatura no dejan margen para la duda, y es que debemos actuar de inmediato para protegerlos. España se comprometió en la pasada cumbre One Planet a proteger el 30% de la superficie de los océanos para 2030, compromiso que reiteramos en la cumbre del G20 de Roma, y además estamos trabajando en un plan de acción para un Mediterráneo ejemplar 2030. Pero necesitamos medidas de alcance global. Por eso, las negociaciones de la próxima Asamblea de Naciones Unidas para el Medio Ambiente deben conducir a un acuerdo internacional sobre la contaminación por plásticos. La posición de España es clara. Apoyamos la transformación del Mercator Ocean International en un nuevo organismo intergubernamental que refuerce la cooperación entre países y también el acceso a la información. Impulsamos la declaración de nuevas áreas marinas protegidas en el Océano Austral, como manifestamos durante el 30 aniversario de la firma del Protocolo de Madrid. Y me complace también anunciar que España se unirá formalmente a la iniciativa New Plastics Economy Global Commitment, liderada por la Helen MacArthur Foundation, en colaboración con el Programa de Naciones Unidas para el Medio Ambiente. Quisiera terminar reconociendo el papel desempeñado por los trabajadores y trabajadoras del mar durante la pandemia para asegurar las cadenas de suministro. Cuidar y mejorar sus condiciones laborales es también una forma de avanzar hacia un futuro más justo y sostenible. El tiempo de actuar es ahora, no podemos esperar, y por eso quiero felicitar esta iniciativa.
Hello everyone, bonjour à tous. Je suis très heureux d'assister à ce sommet international sur l'océan. We all know the importance of protecting our oceans and supporting the communities that rely on them. And with so much to do, I'll only be scratching the surface of Canada's accomplishments and commitments today. Quand nous sommes arrivés au gouvernement en 2015, seulement 1% des océans du Canada étaient protégés et on en a rapidement protégé 14%. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes en voie de protéger 25% de nos océans d'ici 2025 et nous nous sommes déjà engagés à en protéger 30% d'ici 2030. De plus, le Canada est devenu un chef de file mondial pour ce qui est de maintenir des pratiques de pêche durables, d'éliminer les engins fantômes et de prévenir la pêche illégale. Mais nous savons qu'il reste encore beaucoup de travail à faire. Canada fully supports international efforts to negotiate a legally binding agreement that addresses the life cycle of plastics. And today, I can announce that Canada will be endorsing the new Plastics Economy Global Commitment and joining the High Ambition Coalition to negotiate a new UN treaty on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. This will build on the work we've already done to eliminate plastic pollution and protect biodiversity in the oceans we share. C'est un devoir collectif. J'ai bien hâte de collaborer avec chacun de vous afin de protéger notre planète pour le bien des générations à venir. Merci, mes amis.
今回のサミットを主催されるマクロン大統領のリーダーシップに敬意を表します。我が国は海洋をめぐるさまざまな課題について世界をリードする取り組みを進めてきました。海洋プラスチックごみ対策では2050年までに追加的な汚染ゼロの実現を目指す大阪ブルーオーシャンビジョンを打ち出しました。来たる国連環境総会に向け、新たな協定の交渉開始に向けた具体的な提案も行っています。途上国支援や国際的データベースの整備などを通じ、世界の海洋プラスチックごみ対策に一層貢献してまいります。海運港湾の脱炭素化もパリ協定の目標達成を後押しするものであり、我が国はフランス提案の共同声明を支持いたします。海洋国家日本として美しい海を守るべく、皆さんと共に全力で取り組んでいく決意です。
Standing on a Cornish beach with President Macron last summer, I couldn't help but be struck by the majesty of the ocean before us and its importance to all our lives. Because the nations of the world are not separated by seas and oceans, we're bound together by them. Whatever our stage of development, whatever our system of government, the same briny waters lap at all our shores, and we have a duty to help them thrive. It's a duty the UK takes extremely seriously, and that's why we've committed £500 million to help developing nations protect their seas and coasts. It's why we've thrown a blue belt around 2.5 million square miles of ocean, and that's why I can announce today the UK will be joining the High Ambition Coalition on Biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, because it's vital that we all step up and meet our obligations to the marine environment under the Convention on the Law of the Sea. And that won't happen unless we agree a treaty to protect the vast expanse of water, something like 60% of it that falls beyond the borders of any one nation. At COP26, I stressed the need for the world to raise its ambitions with respect to our oceans. So I'm delighted that President Macron has convened this summit, and I hope it kicks off a year in which the world comes together in support of the seas that surround us, the flora and the fauna within those seas, and everyone around the world whose livelihoods depend on thriving, clean and sustainable oceans.
« 70 secondes pour évoquer 70% de la planète, je vais donc être concis. Tout d'abord les périls. Pollution, entre autres par les plastiques, surpêche, risque d'exploitation déraisonnable des fonds, aquaculture non durable, nouvelles routes maritimes dans les régions polaires très fragiles, perte de biodiversité, entre autres disparition des coraux, acidification des eaux, conséquences du réchauffement climatique. Mais il y a des solutions. D'abord l'alerte sur ces périls, dont ce sommet est un exemple, pédagogie auprès de toutes les générations, écoute de la science, bien sûr, préservation réelle des espèces menacées, développement de filières économiques responsables, notamment d'une pêche durable, transition énergétique vers des énergies marines renouvelables, développement des aires marines protégées. J'aurais aimé consacrer 30% de mon temps de parole à celles-ci, puisqu'il nous faut impérativement les déployer sur 30% de nos mers d'ici à 2030. Mais le temps manque et je me contenterai de vous donner rendez-vous à Monaco fin mars pour des échanges complémentaires lors de la Monaco Blue Initiative. Ce forum, depuis 12 ans, débat de l'avenir des mers, vous y êtes les bienvenus et j'espère vous y accueillir, car la cause des océans doit réunir au moins 70,8% d'entre nous. Merci.
Excellencies, and thank you, President Macron, for your leadership on ocean affairs. Sadly, I cannot be with you in person because of COVID in the family. During our chairmanship of the Arctic Council, we put focus on plastics in the ocean with a scientific symposium in Reykjavik with leading international experts. But in addition to better scientific understanding, we also need political determination. Iceland fully supports a plan which includes internationally binding action against ocean plastic pollution. Worrying developments in the Arctic reflect the diversity and complexity of today's challenges. The ongoing climate crisis is already known to be the reason for the acidification of the ocean, risking the entire marine ecosystem. Before this summit is a document urging for a rapid conclusion of the BBNJ negotiations. And Iceland fully supports the conclusion of a comprehensive, well-functioning agreement under UNCLOS, building on key existing structures. There is still a lack of progress towards reaching the Sustainable Development Goals, including on life below water. Here we need to eliminate illegal, unregulated and unreported fishing, IUU. Regrettably, a quarter of all fish harvested worldwide is the result of IUU fishing, and I fully support the call for action of the UN Secretary General and the Special Envoy of the UN for the ocean to stop IUU fishing. Thankfully, FAO data shows that 2/3 of the world's fish stocks are sustainably managed, and we must maintain good fisheries management where it is already in place and strengthen it in places where needed. Finally, Iceland strongly advocates for including aquatic blue food in our food systems transformation into the political declaration of the UN Conference on the Ocean. Thank you all for your attention.
각국의 정상과 대표 여러분, 그리고 원 오션 서밋을 개최해 주신 이마누엘 마크롱 프랑스 대통령님께 감사 인사를 드립니다. 바다는 무엇과도 바꿀 수 없는 인류의 소중한 자산입니다. 그러나 지금 기후변화와 거대한 해양 쓰레기가 우리의 바다를 위협하고 있습니다. 특히 지금의 추세라면 2050년의 바다에는 물고기보다 오히려 플라스틱이 더 많을 것이라고 합니다. 이렇게 오염되고 있는 바다를 지키기 위해 대한민국은 해양수산 전 분야에서 2050 탄소 중립 로드맵을 수립하고 작년에는 P4G 서울 정상회의에서 2050 해양 플라스틱 제로를 국제적으로 약속했습니다. 그러나 국경이 없는 바다의 플라스틱 오염을 막기 위해서는 전 세계 모든 국가들의 연대와 협력이 필요합니다. 대한민국은 UN 플라스틱 오염 국제협약 결의안에 공동 제안국으로 참여했고 신 플라스틱 경제 글로벌 공약에도 동참할 것입니다. 더 많은 나라들이 플라스틱 순환 경제에 참여하기를 기대합니다. 바다를 깨끗하게 보존하지 않으면 우리 인류도 살아갈 수가 없습니다. 해양 생태계의 미래가 곧 우리의 미래입니다. 국가, 기업, 시민사회, 그리고 모든 개개인들이 지속 가능한 세계를 위해서 바로 지금 행동합시다.